Acting Mayor, you are good to go.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Council Chambers for our study session. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view the meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *. Do we have a Spanish translation tonight?
Give me just one moment, Mayor Pro Tem. Where's it not going?
Servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you very much. I will now call the study session to order. Mayor Douglas is away, except he will be joining us by Zoom tonight. So I am pleased to be the presiding officer. And I will invite Lee Zarzeki, City Attorney, to introduce the presentation. Mr. Zarzeki.
Yes, and before I start, there's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, I'm not seeing why there would be an echo. Give me just one moment. How about now? Oh, I think we're good now. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just to give a brief synopsis of how we got here, this body adopted Bob's rules, I believe, in early summer of this year. As part of that process, council had suggested some interest in getting formal training. I'm ecstatic to say that we were able to get Bob Widener himself, the author of Bob's Rules, to participate in a training session for all of you. So I'm hoping that this will be a fantastic presentation, and there's an opportunity for questions and answers. So without further ado, I hand it over to you, Bob.
Thank you very much, Lee. I hope you can all hear me adequately. A little bit of a hoarse throat today, but I want to thank you for the invitation to come speak with you. Again, my name's Bob Widener. I've been all over the state talking about Bob's Rules. Bob's Rules have been something that I have been working on for 20 years, so long so that my wife, the year before it was published, when I asked her what she wanted for her birthday, she says, finish and then I'll leave the extra out, rules, because it has been part of my life for so long. But what I think is important before we start here is for you to understand kind of where I'm coming from. One of the things that I've learned over my lifetime is that when I speak to somebody, I want to know where they come from so I know how to balance what they're telling me. I have been a municipal attorney practicing municipal law exclusively for municipalities and some counties for 35 years. So I've got some long teeth, if you will, in the business. I have represented a variety of different communities across the state as general counsel. Currently, I'm the city attorney in Centennial. I've been there for 20 years, actually 21 now. I have represented such diverse communities as Cherry Hills Village. Deanne and I go all the way back 30 plus years to Arvada together when we were both young attorneys. I have represented Park County. I've represented Lyons, Arvada for a while, and so in a number of small communities. My point being is this, is that I've been through so many meetings, public meetings, in my 35 years because I've been representing municipal government and county government, probably on the order of 1,600 or more, that I've sat through meetings like this where we have tangled with issues that were public and we tried to get to the end and do business for the communities. And through that experience, I've realized, number one, that the rules of order that are most commonplace, being Robert's Rules of Order, that communities use, are woefully inadequate to govern what it is we do as local government. Robert's Rules are fine for larger legislative bodies like the state of Colorado, but they are not well equipped to handle what it is we do. And I could go on for 30 minutes talking about the deficiencies of Robert's Rules, but that's not my point since you've already adopted Bob's Rules. But if you ever want to engage me on Robert's Rules, I'm happy to talk to you about the problems created by those rules for what we do as local government. The rules that we're going to talk about, Bob's Rules of Order, like I said, have been under production for about 20 years and finally got published. And thank you to the Colorado Municipal League, who's my distributor for these rules. I want you to know that this is not a profit-motivated reason I'm standing here. In fact, I make no money off the book. I gave the book to CML to distribute. I'm not making a dime off of it. And part of the rationale for that approach with the book is that this is my way of giving back to what has been a wonderful 35 years as I approach retirement of helping out municipalities who I've been blessed to represent. This is my way of saying, here's what I've learned over the period of time, and I think it might help you. So again, I've been across the state speaking to a variety of different communities about how Bob's Rules works, why they're good, and how they can lead to your success. Nothing I'm going to say tonight is something that you must do. I want to repeat that. You do not have to do what's in the book. There are so many communities who have decided that they want to tweak a rule or change something or add a rule to it because their particular culture and their particular proceedings need something different than the variety, the uniform approach that the book provides. So they have changed rules and they have added rules and they have taken out rules. And the book is drafted so that can happen. When you change something in the book, you're not going to probably mess up much in the book. You can still follow the book as it's presented. But I would encourage you to take the approach of saying, if something doesn't work for you that's in the book, talk about changing it. Figure out how it would best serve you. I can think of a variety of different things that communities have done in changing the rules for their particular purpose. And I would encourage you, too, to always have that idea of how can we do it better? Because this is not sacred. It is not written in stone. So you know a little bit about me, you know a little bit about where the book's coming from. We can cover a few kind of preliminary issues that I always want to touch upon because they may come up in our discussion. And that is the difference primarily between bylaws, what I call bylaws, and many call bylaws, and what are rules of order. Bylaws, and they can be different names. Some communities call them code of conduct, they actually call them rules of order, they call them other things. But those are the specific rules that that particular body wants to follow for them. They have devised bylaws, policies, and there are also state laws and charters that will come into play that tell you who you are and what you're supposed to do. Those are bylaws. Those are specific to you. They're not going to be shared by other communities. Fort Collins is not going to take your bylaws and say they work for us because these are for you. They can address a whole bunch of different issues. For example, how you recuse members from the meeting, how you hold each other accountable for the number of meetings you attend. These are things that you specifically decide on how you want to govern your meetings. They're for you specifically. Rules of order are different. Rules of order is a set of what can be uniform rules. In other words, anybody can adopt the book. Okay? Doesn't matter. It can be P&Z, it can be the Board of Adjustment, it can be you, it can be a statutory town. They're more uniform in their approach because it can be used by similar bodies, and they are rules for you making decisions. When you're presented with a question, how do you go from this point to that point in making a decision? What is the order in which you're going to progress? That is an important part of an efficient meeting. I talk a lot about efficiency because if you do not have rules of order, you are going to do your decision-making differently almost every time. You're going to have to figure out what it is you want to do, or you may act upon what's been the practice, but that practice can change from meeting to meeting or from council to council. So that's not the best way, not the most efficient way to govern your meetings by having either no rules or rules that you've adopted that you don't follow. Rules of order that you've adopted and that you find work for you and they're going to be consistently followed is the way to go. And what you will find is if you adopt rules of order that are accepted by you and practiced by you in a meeting, the next people who come into your council are going to fall into the groove of following the rules. And you will be kind of having the educated train the newbies on the rules, and they'll get into the groove. And you'll find yourself not having to go back to the rules very often to answer questions because you've all been there, done that, especially if the rules are simple enough that everybody can read and everybody can understand. One of my biggest frustrations in practice has been going into a community where they have complicated rules like Robert's Rules, 806 pages of rules in which maybe one person knows some of the rules and the rest of them don't. And what happens is that person who knows the rules dictates how the decision-making practice is going to go because they're going to tell you what the rule is and what you're supposed to do next. And you don't know any different. So you're going to say, yeah, let's go for it. Plus, there's 96 motions in Robert's Rules. And if anybody ever comes to me and says, I know all the motions, I'm going to tell them they're a liar, okay? It's impossible to keep up on all those rules. And I've only met one person in my entire practice, 35 years, who knew most of the rules. A city council member who came to me, but confessed to me that he didn't know them all. It's impossible at that size. And this is why bodies who use Robert's Rules strictly oftentimes have a dedicated parliamentarian, a certified person who's gone through kind of training on the rules and knows how to answer the questions for the body or tell the body where to go. That's the way they work, okay, in the state of Colorado especially. But let's turn our attention now to rules of order, now that you know. I will mention bylaws because you may ask me questions that say, how can we do this? And I may say, you put into your bylaws something like that. But I may refer back to bylaws. And I would encourage you as we go along to ask questions because I think that since we have the time, since I'm not going through the sales pitch, if you will, of why you need rules and why they're good and how they serve you and why Robert's Rules may be not the most efficient, we have extra time to have you ask me questions as we go along. So rules of order, let's jump in. I mentioned that I'm not making money off this. It's not a shameless plug for me to go out there in communities and say, I think you should use this. It doesn't matter to me whether you do or don't, but I do think they're very productive. They have been used by a bunch of different communities that I've represented. Centennial being the practice group that I've used over 20 plus years now in using Bob's Rules of Order. We've tested them out. We made sure they worked. We've tweaked them repeatedly. If you watched me working with Centennial for 20 years, you'll see that there were different versions of Bob's rules building over the years because we figured out what worked and we wrote it down. So today they are probably the most proficient at using Bob's rules. But again, 1,600 meetings, more than, frustrations and problems in meetings, taking copious notes about how we failed or what we should do to make sure we're successful or what was successful. This is the culmination in Bob's Rules of Order. Bob's Rules of Order is broken down like this. If you've read through it, great. If you haven't, this is kind of our ability to cheat a little bit and get you up to speed. There's some how-to stuff in the beginning of the book that you don't necessarily have to read. It's about how would you adopt these, why you would adopt them, how Robert's Rules might be not the best approach. That stuff you can push aside. But what's important to focus on when you go through Bob's Rules is there is some terminology that we're going to talk about. There are the rules themselves, which we'll go through almost all of them, and there are points and motions. And this is where we're going to focus our attention as we go through to understand the rules and how they work for you and how you might need to tweak them based upon your experiences. Here's my secret for a quick understanding. In the back of Bob's Rules, there are two exhibits called B and C. B is the exhibit that lists every single rule just by the rule itself. No commentary, no explanation of why you need this, how it works. That is something we'll talk about tonight, but you can get to the point, you can get to the understanding by just reading the exhibit. Read each one. And for most of them, you'll say, of course, that's a great rule. We do it already. Because again, this book is written of what's been good practices for a variety of communities in the past. So you probably do a lot you already do a lot what's in the book. But you can read that list and you can go through and you could probably highlight a few that you want to talk about as part of your kind of looking at whether we need to change. So read Exhibit B, and that'll get you most of the way there. Exhibit C is a chart. Robert's Rules of Order uses a chart also that lists the 8 motions that you need to know for local government. We're going to talk about each of those very quickly because they're pretty simple. But there's an exhibit of rules in there that you need to know how they're titled and how many votes they need and whether you need a second, and we'll talk about that. So that's the quick way of understanding it. The terminology, which is important, because knowing how the words are used, because they may not be used exactly the same as you experience them today or that others do, but this is what's worked for other communities. We have a list of terms in the book, and each of them are defined. Most of them you're going to say, I know that already. I know what a quorum is. Okay, I know what a second is. But there are some words on the list that we have to focus upon because they control how we speak to each other during the meeting. And those are these. So we have these highlighted words that we're going to talk quickly about on how they work into the rules and why you need to use them a certain way because the book's tied to these words. Discussion and debate are 2 of these words. These are words that have oftentimes been intermixed and used to refer to each other and probably inappropriately. Even Robert's Rules of Order talks about the way in which to use these words in kind of a roundabout way. But I get to the point of it. The point is this. You discuss things. We as government always kick stuff around before sometimes we ever have a motion. We want to talk about whether this is a good idea and whether it's something that generally we should spend our time on. And after that discussion, and after you hone in on the issues, and sometimes that discussion can be a staff presentation, it can be the provision of evidence to you in a quasi-judicial matter. It's just a discussion before a motion's on the floor. Once the motion's on the floor, you now do not have a general discussion of a topic, you have a proposition to act. That's the motion. The motion says, I want us to do this. And when you have that proposition on the floor, you're debating the proposition. You're not discussing whether it's a good idea in the debate or the discussion of the topic. You're actually focusing on, should we do this that's being proposed? And you debate that proposition. So when we talk about discussion, it's kind of this open-ended way in which we discuss public business. The motion hits the floor. When the motion's solidified on the floor, we will debate it. A debatable motion is a motion that allows you, after it's been made and seconded, to kick the tires on it, to talk about it. There are some motions that are not debatable. We need to know that. And they're listed in that chart in the back, Exhibit C. There's some that are not debatable because they propose a proposition that is very specific and it has only one action to take. For example, a motion to close debate. In other words, that we're not going to debate the proposition, the motion any longer, does not need discussion. You know what the motion is. It's not something that's open for a debate. We know it's going to do this, we vote. We do not debate the motion. But most other motions are going to be debatable, and you need to know which ones those are because a lot of the rules tie to the debatable motion. There is something called an objection used in the rules. And this is an act by an individual city council member allowed in the rules for them to say, I do not want to do that individually. They can say no. There's a number of rules in which an objection to the rule, objection to the proposition, can basically force you not to do a simple thing. There's some simple things in the rules that add flexibility. For example, you can do what's called a friendly amendment, we'll talk about. But if one person doesn't want to do it that way, you're going to do it formally. You're going to do a formal amendment. You're not going to do something simple. One person. It's not common that people raise objections because in the simple things, everybody agrees, we want to do that. We do not want to go to the formality. But somebody can force you to go to the formality. We'll talk about that. We have to touch upon these words quickly. And that is point of orders in particular. I'm going to refer, as we go through the rules, that somebody can raise a point of order. What that means is that they can immediately call into question the body's conformance with the rules. So let's say we're discussing or perhaps debating something and we're out of order. We're not following the rules, and you know that. And you want us to follow the rules. You will say, hopefully diplomatically, and be a little cautious about interrupting too much, but you have the right to say point of order. And when you do, chairperson, the presiding officer, will say to the person who's been speaking, who had the floor, 1 moment please, and ask for the point of order. And you'll express the point of order, we'll resolve that question right then, and then we'll go back onto what we were doing. It's an opportunity for you to get in, ahead of line, so to speak, you don't need the floor, to make sure that we stay in compliance with the rules. Other things we'll talk more about, the point of information and point of appeal and how those work, but I need to call to your attention the words point of order and how that's used because they do come up in how we move through the rules. So let's go to the rules. Any questions so far? Okay, it's a good sign, I guess. It's either a good sign or you're all asleep. I don't know which one it is, but we're going to move on to the rules. Okay, so the rules work up this way. The rules in the book are set up so that we talk about the rules in the flow of a meeting. So you'll see general rules that apply to the entire meeting, and you'll move down to the quorum. We talk about rules that govern the quorum. We talk about rules that govern the presiding officer and how that person manages the meeting. Okay, and there's rules to help that person manage the meeting. We talk about the floor, which is the opportunity to speak exclusively to the rest of the body. We have rules that deal with how to make a motion, when is a motion appropriate, and whether or not motions needed to be second. We have a section called friendly amendments. These are things that you can offer up to get to the point on something that's easy to do, that's simple, and they can hasten and affect the efficiency of the meeting. We're going to talk about how you vote and what you can and can't do when you vote. And then we're going to talk briefly about a few rules that deal with our ability to modify the rules to make the rules work better on a particular circumstance. So that's the way the book is set up, and that's the way we're going to proceed. So the first rule in the book is 1.1, and this is a fairly straightforward rule. Some of these rules are in here, and you will probably rarely refer to them. They're going to be rules that are needed but not used, if you will. And this is maybe one of those. What we say in the rule is that whenever we talk about stuff, okay, the rules of order, and when we call into things like points of order, or we're going to follow the rules, when we talk about that, this rule says it's not only the book, the rules here, but it's also local and state laws that you've adopted that govern your meeting. So you can actually make a point of order on something that might be in state statute if it governs the meeting. For example, an executive session, which requires a specialized vote, If somebody's not adhering to the vote, you can call a point of order and say, I believe state law, which is part of our rules of order, by this rule, we're not in compliance with it, and we need to make sure we do. So what it does is it sucks in, if you will, to our rules of order and makes state law, local law, part of our process that we can challenge to make sure we stay in line with. Again, it may not come up specifically, but it is part of the way in which we should conduct our meetings. Another rule, 1.2, this is a rule that probably much everybody says, why we can talk about this, but this is a very straightforward rule. It says, when we have an agenda, we're gonna follow the agenda as written, unless we modify it. So it can't be modified by a formal vote. Your community may actually say, I move to amend the agenda as follows, and you all vote on that, and that's fine, and the rule allows for that. But if there is not that kind of modification, then you're gonna follow the agenda as it's laid out. So the chairperson does not have the ability, as the rule is written here, to move things around. The presiding officer does, through another rule, have the ability to move the agenda if there's not an objection. Remember, we talked about objection. So for example, we'll talk about a rule that says this. The chairperson, the presiding officer, has the right to deviate from the rules provided there's not an objection. So he or she can say, I want to move items 3 and 4 to the back end of the agenda. If nobody objects, those are moved. The discretion is allowed for that individual presiding officer to make that call. Somebody can say point of order or can object, and they can make you go through go through the formal process of a motion to amend. So this rule basically just says follow the agenda unless you change it. So this rule's in here because a number of communities, and probably not you, a number of communities have this practice of saying before we start discussion on any item, especially where there's there's a notice that has to go out, we're going to take the pain of going through whether or not, and ask the clerk, did we do the notice correctly? Please enter into the record the fact that we have a certified confirmation that we did the notice. And so some communities do this whole dog and pony show where they say, we have before you and like to admit into the record a statement by the newspaper that we published the following in the newspaper and therefore notice was sufficient. You do not have to do that according to this rule, okay? This rule says that you can assume that the notices required for your meeting were provided. And that assumption is based upon the fact that clerks, by and large, 99% of the time, know how to do notice and they do it right. Rarely do you find a notice insufficient. And so we're going to assume that everything was done correctly, and we're not going to spend the time in the meeting to go through this dog and pony show of finding out whether or not notice was done. However, somebody can raise that issue and say, well, I want to know if notice was done. Of course you can do that, but for the most part, you don't have to. So this goes back, we skipped a slide, I think, and I want to make sure we hit it, whether it's showed up in your materials or not. And that's the issue of abstaining or recusing. We need to talk about that. I'm sorry that's missing. I want you to know there's a difference between recusing and abstaining in the rules. And let me lay it out for you. Abstaining is to not decide a question, a proposition, and you have no legal reason that you can't stay in the game. So the proposition's on the floor, we're going to go to a vote, and you say, I abstain. You have no legal reason why you can't vote. That's abstaining. Recusing is that you do have a legal reason why you cannot vote, and oftentimes you cannot participate. That is to recuse yourself. I have a conflict of interest by law, and I cannot participate and vote. That's recusing yourself. Abstention is getting out when you don't have a reason to get out, and abstaining is don't have a reason to get out. Recusing is you have a legal impediment to you to vote. That's the two. So I want to focus on that because we use the word recuse here. So you are required by Bob's rules that when you have a conflict of interest, that you must recuse yourself. You don't have the option of staying in the game. And that recusing is that you do not participate, which is, by the way, state law. You do not participate and you do not vote. So if you have a conflict of interest, this rule says you must recuse yourself. It's something that we abide by. It's something that every community should follow anyway, but it's stated as a rule. This is actually helpful for some communities in which an individual member says, I may have a conflict of interest, but I don't care. I'm going to stay up here. And this rule gives the body an opportunity to go into that conflict and declare, many communities do, declare that that conflict precludes that person from staying in the game and from participating in voting. So this is the rule that requires you to step down. We do not need, under Rule 1.5, we do not need a motion to be on the floor for us to discuss something, okay? Why is this motion, this particular rule in here? And that is because the communities that have used Robert's Rules of Order for so long have fallen prey to this idea, as Roberts announces many times in there, in the book, is that you cannot start talking about something until you have a motion. Okay? That is modified slightly for small bodies, but we're not going to get into that. But the general idea of Robert's Rules of Order is that you have a motion on the floor before you discuss anything. That practice does not work for local government. Rarely does local government immediately go to a motion without ever having talked about something. It doesn't work for us to require a motion. Moreover, for quasi-judicial matters, it may look like you prejudged the matter. So the public's here on a quasi-judicial matter. Okay? We've got an applicant for, say, a land use application. And the first thing the public hears is, I move to approve. That is a signal to the public that somehow you already know all the information and you're ready to go. You don't care about the testimony you're about to hear. The people who are going to stand up here and tell you why you should or shouldn't vote for this particular matter. You've already said, I'm voting for it. It is a way to avoid that appearance that you prejudge the matter. And as you know from probably training, in a quasi-judicial matter, the people who have an application before you, as well as the public, have a right to a fair and impartial and unbiased tribunal, being you. You come to those meetings not having decided the matter, really not knowing much about it. You've probably been trained on the ex parte rule that says that you should not be taking in evidence outside of the public hearing in a quasi-judicial matter. That is so that you stay impartial and you meet your due process obligations to make sure that you have not prejudged. So we like this idea of not having to have a motion on the floor, that we can talk about something before a motion is placed. It also is a very efficient thing to make sure that we wait on a motion sometimes. We don't have to wait, but sometimes it's efficient to wait. And that is because oftentimes the motion reflects the discussion. If you have to make a motion early, you haven't heard the discussion by the body, okay, or even by the staff, and so you really don't know what the motion should say because you really haven't kind of thought about it much. So this is an efficiency rule to make sure that we can have discussions before a motion is presented. And 9 times out of 10, the motion is going to be better prepared and better stated and comport with what you're thinking when you've had some discussion first. Rule 1.6. Okay, this is a rule, it's a little hard up in the corner, and this is because lawyers love this rule. And this is the lawyers who helped me with the book, so we got to put this in here. This rule says this, that everything that's been presented to you, the discussion, the debate, the presentation by the public, if there is any, all of your discussion, okay, all of the local laws and local policies, all of it is part of the basis for your decision, okay? The record for your decision is everything. You don't have to do things like some communities do. I'd like to make sure the record reflects that the comprehensive plan is part of our record tonight. You do not have to do that. All you have to do is refer to the comp plan, and it's in there. It's part of the record. So this rule allows us to forego this idea of calling out evidence, calling out a rule, calling out a statute. If it's referred to, if it's used during the meeting, it's there for us to use to defend your decision. So this is a lawyer's rule. Rule 1.7 is that our discussion, our decision on the matter is presumed to be supported by that record. So all the stuff that you kicked around, all the stuff that you heard is part of the record and is it can be used in supporting your decision. Why is this rule important and why is there a heart there? Because lawyers love it. It's because sometimes we will have a staff report that presents to you in a quasi-judicial matter, and we may have a lot of testimony by the developer who says why this is the greatest project in the world. The staff report recommends that you approve, but you hear some testimony from the public that gives you an idea that this isn't such a good idea. And you explore that from the dais, and you come up with a motion to deny the project. Okay? So we have all this evidence that says approve, 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 and we have some testimony, comments by you that it should be denied. Okay? So we as lawyers get to go into the entire record and pick out things that will support that rejection. Even though you didn't call out some stuff, we get to go find things in the record that will support your decision to place a motion to deny the particular application. So this rule is loved by lawyers because we can look at the record and frame an argument to support your decision, even though we might have a whole lot of other stuff in there in the record that might say otherwise. Rule 1.8 is the opportunity for you to be more efficient in ending your meeting. Many communities go through this thing where they say, do I have a motion to adjourn? And you may practice this, and you can continue to do so. But the idea was that we could be more efficient by doing what some communities do, which is saying, we're done with the agenda, having the presiding officer say, well, not hearing objection, I will adjourn our meeting. And you can leave. You do not have to go through a formal motion. You can go through a formal motion. No reason you can't, but you don't have to. So you can declare adjournment. If there's no objection, you can go ahead and leave. Otherwise, if an objection is offered, you have to do a formal motion to adjourn. That's all this rule does. Let's turn to the quorum. Okay, quorum's important. We know generally that a quorum is required for us to do business, right? If we don't have a quorum, we cannot conduct business. So this rule says that we must have a quorum of the body as it's described in your bylaws. Your bylaws should say what a quorum is. Most do. State law does on some things. So we require a quorum to be present for us to conduct business, okay? And the quorum is required always, okay? There are some, the clause up here says, unless otherwise expressly provided by the body's bylaws or the rules of order. There are bylaws out there in some communities that do the following. For a workshop or a study session in which we will make no decisions, the quorum is lighter, it's lower. It's not a majority of the body, okay? It can be lower, and some communities practice this. They feel like if they're not going to make a formal decision, they should be allowed to get together and talk about stuff in a workshop. That's what this rule allows you to do. It also, for some of the smaller communities and some of the lawyers who wanted this rule in the book, it allows some smaller communities that were practicing as follows. They get everybody together and they find out they don't have a quorum to conduct the meeting at all. They have one short, let's say. But they still want to sit there in front of the public who's received notice. They want to sit there and talk about some stuff, not make decisions, just talk about public issues. This allows them to do so if your bylaws say a lesser quorum for kicking things around. Okay? But generally, this rule will prevent 2 or 3 of you from getting together to make decisions, but it can allow you to accommodate other kinds of meetings where perhaps a quorum is not necessary. So this is what I call a default rule. Okay? Some communities don't put in their bylaws what a quorum is for their meeting. So the default is the common default, both in Robert's Rules of Order and what's practiced across the country, is that you need to have a majority of the total membership of your body. And then it goes further to say that they are present and eligible to vote. These are important words, present and eligible to vote. A majority of the total membership that are present and eligible to vote. What these words mean are important. Present means that that person is in the meeting, that official is in the meeting in the way in which your bylaws say they must be. And what I say by that is what I mean is that your bylaws, your other rules that you might have, your policies, should dictate what constitutes presence. And this is an issue that's come up from the pandemic. It used to be that present was always assumed to be in person, especially many, many years ago. That's the only way you could attend a meeting. You had to be here physically, right? But now we can be present in different formats. We can be present through remote attendance if your bylaws say that constitutes presence, okay? If that's presence, then it counts. There's a number of communities that have presence to include telephonic participation. Some counties in rural areas have decided that they need to have the ability to call it in, not be remote, but call it in, especially when there's bad weather in that county and they can't get there. It's a too far drive. So this rule says, the rule is, the default rule is that you got to be present and you got to be eligible to vote. eligible to vote means as follows, that you do not have a legal impediment that precludes you from voting. So you're here, present, however you might want to define presence, and there's no reason legally that you cannot participate and vote. If you have a conflict of interest, you are not eligible to vote. So you're not counted as part of the quorum. So when we're going to look around the room and find out if we have a quorum, we need a majority of the body that are both present and you guys can vote. If you kick off some people off the body because they have a conflict of interest, you have to look at the quorum and recount to find out if you still have a quorum for that particular meeting or for a particular item on the agenda. So that's what this rule does. It makes you look around the room to determine presence and eligibility. Rule 2.3. This is a very special and limited rule. A lot of communities get kind of freaked out about this rule because they question is how it might apply to us. But this is a rule that was brought to the attention for the writers of the book, for the people that participated and helped me out, is that we have this problem, Bob, in our community. We have people who are asking to be excused during the meeting while a motion is on the floor. So somebody will say, presiding officer, I'd like to be excused. And there's a motion pending. You're debating a motion, okay? Why would they do that? Well, I'll tell you why they do that, and you may not have this problem. They do it because they've looked around the room, they've figured out if they leave, if they can get excused, there won't be a quorum. So that one person can prevent the body, and this happens in other, I hope it doesn't happen here, it does happen in other communities, where that person figures out that by walking out of the room, they can prevent the body from conducting business. Believe it or not, that happens, and it happens in a very large community who asked sternly to put this rule into effect. But the rule has more to it. What it says is effectively, if you have a conflict of interest and asked to be excused, you will be excused, even if it upsets the quorum. If you have a conflict of interest. Why? The law says you cannot participate or vote if you have a conflict of interest, so he must let you out, okay? Sometimes that request to be excused is, I just got a call from my family and they want me to come home. Or my daughter's been sick for a while and I want to be home with her. So let me be excused. You can grant that as a presiding officer if that person's absence from the meeting will not upset the quorum. In other words, they can leave and you still have a quorum, so you can still tackle the motion that's on the floor. So all only applies when there's a motion. But there are some times when people will walk out and it will upset the quorum. If that happens, if that ever were to happen to you, and I hope it never does, if somebody's absence by getting an excuse will make it so that you can't continue to work on that motion on the floor, we presume the person is still there until you resolve the motion. So they cannot do this walkout to defeat, okay? It allows that person to have far too much power to be able to upset the decision-making process because they're doing it because they know it's going to ruin your ability to make a decision. So what it says is if they're going to do it to ruin your ability to make a decision, you're going to presume they're still in their seat. When they're there and you call for the vote, their vote's going to be did not vote, but they're not going to stop you from making a decision. They're not going to stop you from making a decision. Very special and limited rule. A member who walks out without an excuse, an unexcused absence while a motion is on the floor. So you're debating a proposition, somebody gets up and walks out, okay? It's not going to affect the quorum until the final vote of that motion. So it may or may not upset the quorum, but it doesn't matter. If they walk out, you're going to continue to pursue the matter, and they're presumed to be sitting in there, and they will be recorded as not voting. But that way they don't destroy your ability to make a decision on something on the floor. Because oftentimes by walking out, that's what they're trying to do. I hope these rules never come into play here, and they may never come into play, but some communities do have this problem. Rule 2.5 says that when we don't have a quorum, when we lose our quorum or we don't have it to start, there are certain people who are allowed to, because we cannot conduct business without a quorum, right? The rule says otherwise. It says that we can conduct certain business without a quorum, and that certain business is to postpone the unresolved agenda items on your agenda, and to adjourn the meeting if it's necessary, or go to the next agenda item because you don't have a quorum for that particular agenda item. This is the rule that lets us make a decision when a quorum is not present. But that's all we can do when a quorum's not present, is move things, right? If they're going to move things, there's always a caution in quasi-judicial matters. If you're going to not have a quorum and need to move that item to a future meeting in a quasi-judicial matter, what we really encourage you to do is state that that item has been postponed to the next agenda, on this date, this time, in this room. That way, the notice that we provided in that quasi-judicial matter continues on and doesn't require us to republish notice. That's helpful. If you just say, we're going to push this matter to a future agenda, and you don't announce the time, place, and the particular location, you're going to have to publish new notice all over again. So that's the one special issue associated with quasi-judicial matters in postponing a meeting for lack of a quorum. Now we get to the rules that govern the presiding officer. I want to say this on the front end. The rules are geared towards having a very effective and strong presiding officer. That person should know the rules better than anybody. If not, everybody should know them the same. But that person has a good command of the rules so they can conduct the meeting in accordance with the rules. A presiding officer that does not have that command of the rules will not know what to do. And what I've seen in other communities happen is that when that particular presiding officer is not well versed on the rules, someone else who knows the rules better will become the presiding officer. They'll start saying, okay, here's where we need to go because I know the rules. So I want to encourage us always to make sure the presiding officer is well versed in the rules and takes every opportunity to be trained on what the rules say, because that's important to make the rules work. It's important to make any rules work. Rule 3.1 says that presiding officer that's assigned that position, oftentimes the mayor, is going to be the exclusive director and facilitator of the meeting conduct. Why do we need this rule? We need this rule so that somebody else doesn't take that position, and it can happen. Sometimes when we have a very demure or quiet presiding officer, someone else will step in and act like the mayor in the meeting. The rule does not allow for that. We turn to that person who was voted into office to preside over the meeting, or in some communities, they have both a mayor and a president. The person who's given the role of conducting the meeting has the exclusive right to do so. No one else can usurp that power from them. And under Bob's Rules of Order, and this is an issue that some communities have changed, under Bob's Rules of Order, it says the presiding officer is the parliamentarian. And the reason for that rule, and I'll talk to the exception in a moment, the reason for that rule is that person who's the presiding officer has the floor all the time. They can say what they need to say without waiting in line, if you will. They don't have to wait their turn to speak, and we'll talk about the floor in a moment. So that presiding officer is best equipped to be the parliamentarian, to make decisions on what we do next under the rules, or what votes are required, or how we should conduct business. That person already has that authority to do it and should best serve as the parliamentarian. However, there's an exception in the rule that allows you to assign that role to somebody else. In Denver, they have a separate parliamentarian. In some of the larger communities, they've asked me to add this exception because they have assigned the parliamentarian role to somebody else. And that's okay under the rule. But I oftentimes, and people always ask me this, is it a good idea to assign it to another party? And my position has always been no. And let me tell you why. The assignment is oftentimes, unless it's to a completely separate person who is only there to serve as a parliamentarian, is not a staff member, oftentimes that assignment is to the clerk or to the attorney, okay? And I do not favor that as an attorney for the following reasons, is that as an attorney and as a clerk, we're responsible in serving the body, okay? When you ask us to play favorites, that's what it looks like. You say, would you please rule on whether or not we're in order or out of order? If I start saying we're out of order or calling it to your attention because you're asking me to jump in and stop you from doing things, so I get to usurp what's going on here to tell you you're out of order, it is uncomfortable for that person to be oftentimes always conflicting with a couple members of the council. because they want to go in a different direction that the rules don't allow. So that person's going to be telling you, don't do that. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Well, if you start saying you're wrong enough to enough people, you lose your job. Okay? And so it's very difficult as an attorney or as a clerk or a staff member to be the person who has to reprimand the city council. It's uncomfortable. And you will find that some attorneys, and this is true, will go into an interview process when they're looking for a new job, and they will ask you the question, while I'm there with you, if you pick me, am I going to serve as the parliamentarian? Because that's a red flag for experienced attorneys. If you do that, I want to know going in, because I'm going to be in conflict with some members of the council at some time. I want to know before I do that. So I advise always to have the mayor, the presiding officer, the best equipped to be the parliamentarian and serve as parliamentarian. It doesn't mean that the mayor cannot refer to the attorney or the clerk and say, help me out here. What rule might govern? Give me some advice before I make a call as the parliamentarian. It doesn't stop that. In fact, it's probably healthy to do so, to make sure you get some advice on whether or not the rules are being followed, especially if you don't know. But assigning it exclusively to some staff member and making them police you is tough, very tough. So think long and hard before you would do that. This rule says that the presiding officer, the mayor, and this is true, unless you're in a statutory community that's taken the role away from you, and you're not that, the presiding officer has the same rights as the rest of the body, okay? So you get to make motions, you get to second motions, you get to chime in on what you think. The mayor, the presiding officer, has the same rights. Okay? We need to say this because communities that have followed Robert's Rules of Order for a long time have fallen prey to some of the rules in Robert's Rules that says the presiding officer cannot speak, except informally, whatever that means. Doesn't define it in the rules. But that means that you can say, under Robert's Rules, I'm going to call us to order. The mayor, you're not allowed to talk about this matter. You can't debate this matter. The rules say you have to sit there and not participate. There are some caveats in here and some one-page, half-page in here that says maybe that's not the best rule for a small body, which would include you. But the rules generally say, for a reason, that the presiding officer does not participate. They run the meeting, but they're not going to be a person who makes motions, makes seconds. They're not going to do that. That does not work for local government. So this rule says, forget about that common practice in the past. We're going to let the mayor or presiding officer participate at the same level. Rule 3.4 says that the presiding officer gets to exercise discretion during the meeting, subject to a point of order or to a point of appeal. We'll talk about a point of appeal. What this tries to do is condone the common practice of local government of having the presiding officer say things like, you know, I think we should do the following. And if there's no objection, no point of order, you get to do that. The presiding officer has the discretion to move things around for efficiency. It's a good thing to do. And many, many, many communities practice that all the time, where the presiding officer will say stuff like, I'm going to move this item on the agenda to the back. Nobody objects to that. We're done. She or he has the discretion to do that under the rule because it's efficient. To try to go through this rigmarole of having some kind of formal action to do things when we all know the leader of the gang is doing the right thing to make us more efficient, let that discretion happen unless you object to it. That's what this rule does. This is a really important rule, especially for presiding officers. This is a rule that says that commonly, okay, that the presiding officer should defer to the rest of the body. It says that that person is going to facilitate the meeting in a fair and neutral manner. They're not going to jump out in front of you and say, I demand that you decide it this way. It's not the role of the presiding officer. I like to think of the presiding officer as setting a fertile soil for you all to grow the decision-making process. That's a good way to analogize the role of the presiding officer and that the role that works best. It says that in doing this, deferring to the other members to do things like make a motion, to start the debate, to second things, it says that whenever it's practicable, they're going to defer. What that tries to mean is that at times, you are in a situation where nobody wants to second a motion. And if the mayor or the presiding officer wants to, they can. But they're going to defer first. Not hearing a second, I'll second the motion. Or not hearing a motion, I'm going to move as follows. The mayor, the presiding officer, has that right to do it. But for the most part, this rule says they should defer to you all to guide the meeting. And the reason for the rule is important, and you'll find the commentary supports this, is that the presiding officer has a great deal of power over how the meeting's structured. Okay, and so that power can seem a little inequitable to the rest of the group. But by telling the presiding officer to chill out a little bit, to let the other group members come in and lead, take that role on motions, the role on second, hopefully levels out that sense that the person has all that power to guide you, to force you in a certain direction. So that's what this rule is all about. It's the rule that's commonly used for many big communities out there because it works for them, that the mayor kind of is the facilitator and not the strong leader on a question. The other practicable aspect of it is it may come to pass that the mayor is the one proposing the action. The mayor says, I want to have a discussion about this, closing the swimming pool. I want to close it a week late this year, and here's why. And that mayor's discussion, proposition to be discussed, and then the motion may come from the mayor. The mayor's leading that charge, right? He or she's not going to defer to the other body to carry their water. It may be practicable for the mayor to go ahead and say, and I'm going to move as follows, because it was their proposal, their idea. Nothing wrong with that. So that's the practicable part of it. Let's turn to getting the floor. We all understand what the floor is. The floor is your exclusive right to present your information to the body. In other words, you are the person talking. You have the right exclusive of everybody else. No one can interrupt you. How do you get there? How do you get to the floor? You have to have the floor to do so. You have to have been granted the floor. And we're going to talk about how you do that under the rules. You do not have the floor, you cannot address the body. This rule also can be applied as follows, and a lot of communities need this rule for this reason, is that if there are two people talking during the meeting, side by side, it not only interferes with the recording sometimes, it's also disruptive, it seems very dysfunctional, it's not permitted because they do not have the floor to speak. So it would be proper to say, I would like to call to order or point of order. Can we avoid the side issues because Rule 4.1 allows only one person to have the floor, and they haven't been afforded the floor. It's an order. It's a way to get us into order to make us more efficient. A comment about that. I actually defended a case for a county in which a side conversation interfered with the record to the point that it harmed the interest of the county in litigation. It worked out this way. The evidence was being presented, it was actually debate, and the members of the county Board of County Commissioners were talking about why this should or shouldn't be approved. And during that discussion, and it was right at the best part of the discussion, as to why they were going to support the motion. And they said, are you going to go to dinner tomorrow night? And if you can, do you want my wife to come along? And there's this side discussion that took over the microphone system in the meeting. And I'm not kidding you about this. It was so upsetting to be waiting for that information to put into the brief, to hear the fact that the stuff I want to tell the judge isn't available to me because someone else was talking into the microphone. That's an extreme example, but a real life example of why it's probably a good idea to avoid side discussions or have a really good microphone system. So the person that's granted the floor by the presiding officer is going to get the floor when it's properly requested. This is an important rule because I'm going to tell you what, if you don't have this rule, how it may work out. So the person, if I want the floor and you have a system of either pushing a button to get into the queue or raising your hand, whatever it happens to be, if I use that practice, I must be recognized. Why? If you don't have a rule like this, how are you going to force the presiding officer to recognize you or a certain group of you? And that's one of the problems with Robert's rules, is that the presiding officer has the power to ignore you. You need to have a rule that forces the presiding officer to recognize everybody when they ask for the floor in accordance with the practice of the community. That way you cannot be silenced by a presiding officer who does not recognize you. If that person does not recognize you, you have a point of order, citing Rule 4.2, that you must be recognized because you got in the queue the right way. This is a rule that some communities have modified. To be straight up with you. The member's right to the floor is limited to 5 minutes. This is experience on my part, and a lot of communities have a 5-minute limitation for the following reason. It's very rare, believe it or not, that people will speak that when people speak for more than 5 minutes, that they're not repetitious, that they don't continue bang on the same thing they've already said 6 times. They just do not get to the point. Going beyond 5 minutes lets people ramble and eat up time in a very inefficient way. So we limit it to 5 minutes. Some communities have gone to 3. I don't agree with that because 3 is kind of tight. But 5 minutes is the general rule for most communities and can be a very effective way to get your point made. This does not mean for a minute that you cannot modify on the floor, we'll talk about suspending the rules, that the mayor can't do as follows with the discretion that we talked about previously. The mayor can say something like, I understand this is going to be a very controversial matter. I'm going to suspend Rule 4.3, or I'm going to change Rule 4.3 to allow everybody to have 10 minutes or 7 minutes. Okay? That can be done. So it's not like 5 minutes is locked in. Plus, the body has the power to make a motion to suspend this rule, talk about suspension, suspend the rule or change it. I move to change our requirement under 4.3 that we're limited to 5 minutes. I'm going to move that we make it 10 minutes. Second, you vote on it. It's now 10 minutes. Okay? It's now 10 minutes. So you can change it. So don't lose any sleep over the fact that this rule says it's always 5 minutes. It's usually 5 minutes.
May I ask a question there? So if the mayor were to, in this instance, if the mayor were to say, you know, this is a controversial issue, I'm going to suspend the rule, and another member of council objects, then what happens?
Then you'll need a formal motion to amend the time. Okay? So if somebody says, the mayor says, I'm going to make it set at 10 minutes, or I'm not going to have any limit, somebody can say objection. I think our rules of order require us to have a motion on the floor to make a decision. And they're right. So you do a formal motion to amend it so that the body gets the say. The body will have the say. It won't be up to the discretion of the presiding officer. Thank you. It's a good question. You only get the floor once. Don't lose any sleep over this one yet. You only get the floor once until the presiding officer has given all the members of the body an opportunity to take the floor. So here's how it works in real life. You got the floor, you spoke. You raise your hand or get in the queue again, you want to speak again. The presiding officer should wait and make sure that he or she recognizes other people who want the floor. They've been given the opportunity. So before we come back to you to speak a second time, that we make sure that nobody else wants to speak. If nobody wants the floor and they haven't asked for it, the presiding officer can go back to that person and say, you now have the floor. But others get the floor before that person chimes in a second time. This rule has been one that some communities have struggled with a little bit. I think it's not been changed that frequently, is that some communities want to limit the number of times that the individuals on the body get the floor. So they say things like, and they'll have a separate rule that says, you only get the floor twice on any particular motion or any particular matter. That's fine to do. Sometimes you get an objection to that kind of control because it may be a very, very large and controversial matter with a lot of amendments or suggestions, and it's kind of like, I already spoke twice, now I can't talk to this new idea that's been brought up, or an amendment to a motion that's been brought up. I'm done. I can't speak again. I already burned my 2. So some folks have felt like 2 is too limiting, or any number is too limiting. Bob's Rules does not require a limit on that. You can go around and around and around all you want under this rule, subject to what we're going to talk about with is a motion to close debate, which is an effective way to stop that round and around and around. We'll talk about a motion to close debate. But Bob's Rules doesn't limit the number of times we go around. Some communities want to stop that, and they struggle with this idea of how many should it be.
Can I ask a question on that? Can you hear me okay?
Councilmember Dukes, go ahead.
So with that in mind, do some communities actually put a limit on the second time? So say that the presiding officer says 5 minutes, you get the second chance, and you say the second time your motion is around 3 minutes?
There's any number of different ways in which you can craft a rule that would address what you're talking about. If I heard correctly, you're saying, can you have a rule that says 5 minutes the first time, 3 minutes the second time? Yes, you could draft a rule like that. I've not seen that done, but yeah, there's nothing to stop you from doing that kind of setup if you want to under the rules.
What have you seen done that actually does something instead of going to the extreme of not letting someone speak more than 2 times? What are other examples that you've seen where they say, well, ultimately the goal is to get to a decision? What other places have done something similar?
Not in Colorado, but I have seen a rule that says, it goes as follows, that you only can speak 3 times, and to speak a 4th time or more requires a majority vote of the body. So the body gets to decide whether you get another bite, okay? Because you may be exhausted, and this person keeps repeating themselves. They repeated themselves the first time, and the second time, and the third time, and to go further, say for the 3rd or 4th or 5th, requires that person to make a proposal to the body to allow them to have another bite, okay? And it's up to the body to get that bite. Now, once the body, I want to caveat here, once the extra bite is given, anyone else gets the same opportunity, okay? Anytime you modify a rule in which it may give some preference to one person, everyone gets the same treatment. Okay, that's the one caveat I have if you're going to go down that road. That motion by the body to give that person the 3rd bite, everyone else gets a 3rd bite too. Okay, that's fair.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'll jump in here because the question's relevant on how you might control this looping, if you will. There is something we're going to call a motion that's called out later as a motion to close debate. You may have heard it called a motion to call the question. And that's what Robert's rules uses. I think that's a little confusing because really what you want to do is close debate. You want to stop the debate on the motion that's on the floor, okay? Motion's on the floor, you're debating it, I want to stop the debate. It takes a supermajority of the body to approve. Why? Because you're going to quiet the discussion that perhaps a group of minority people want to have. So you got to go a little higher than the majority to stop that discussion. So you got to go to a 2/3 majority to pass that motion, but that motion will stop further debate. So there's not going to be a circle going on anymore. You've closed it down. You've closed it down. We'll talk about that in a moment.
I'd like to comment. Do any council members want to comment on 4.4 besides Councilmember Dukes? Anyone else? Because I would like to. Thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Widener.
Sure.
And you may remember that I actually sent you an email about this one. You have mentioned more than once, you've used the words, make the point. And in my experience, when I speak multiple times, so I'm speaking about myself because I do this, I will do it for the 5 minutes, wait my turn again, but it is about asking questions of staff. And the issue that's come up for me is that the 5 minutes are inclusive of the staff's answer. The 5 minutes are inclusive of the staff going to another person to ask the question of them and them going to someone else and then coming back, and you're sitting there watching the clock run down. It's not about making a point, it's about trying to get answer to a question. And you may have 4 questions, you may have 5 questions, and next thing you know, the 5 minutes has disappeared on you. Then you need another round in order to ask your second question. My concern was then, if you have the floor, which seemed to me the council member has the floor, there are council members who make statements rather than ask questions. That does happen as well.
Yes.
But I don't see a way to resolve this. And what I have observed is that there have been times when one of us can be short with the person who's speaking, such, like I'm speaking to you and I'm watching the clock. The clock is in your podium and it's clicking down in case people want to know how that works. We can watch the clock happen. And suddenly somebody says, oh, I only have a minute left. I need to ask another question, or I need to cut you off here, whatever the case might be. And it feels ruder than it used to be. By having, not being able to complete thoughts.
Right. The rule about the number of times people get to speak, as well as the 5-minute rule, is all about efficiency. It's all about making sure that we keep on time, okay? So if someone wants to exceed 5 minutes, they'll be out of order. The question you're asking is, can I get other people to basically use the clock, use the meeting time in a way that extends 5 minutes and it makes the meeting perhaps less efficient? Now, I'm not going to judge the questions that's being asked because I'm assuming the questions are relevant, okay, and asked not to delay, but they're relevant. That would be something for the body to decide how they want to administer the rule. I don't exactly remember what we talked about. There's a whole bunch of facets to the way in which you can control this. If the rule is written and you want to modify the rule to say that 5 minutes applies to questions asked by a member and the answer, you could do that, and it makes that person get back in the loop for more questions. Okay, that is one way to do it. The other way to go about it is the person who wants to ask the questions can ask the body or ask the presiding officer as follows. I need to ask questions of the staff. I know I'm limited to 5 minutes. I'm going to ask that we waive the 5 minutes so that we can accommodate the questions being asked. That can be presented to the body to decide. And they can decide whether or not they're going to let you go more than 5 minutes. Okay? That's one way to get the extra time in. But I will be cautious in that because there are times, and I have seen in practice, that somebody uses ineffectively and inefficiently the question approach and asking everybody and their brother to step up to the microphone. I got another question. I want to ask this person this. And the testimony that's been given to you is rabbit holes, off base, not getting to the point, not organized, and that's inefficient. So you perhaps want to think about, if you have this problem consistently, how do you want to administer the rule and write that up? This rule applies in the following way. And if it requires that person to get back in the loop because the questions count as part of the 5 minutes, that would be the way in which it's equal to everybody else. Or you could write the rule that says, with leave of the presiding officer, the person can have additional time because the questions cannot, the timing of the questions cannot be limited. It depends on how you want to administer. I've not seen many problems with the rule because of questions. Oftentimes I see communities ignore the rule during the question period without a formal way in which they handle it. So the person will ask some questions and nobody's watching the clock because they're getting answers from the people who are answering the question that are relevant to the particular issue. And nobody gets a point of order. Nobody says, point of order, you've exceeded 5 minutes. They let that person get the questions answered. That's most common in communities. They ignore the rule.
That would be reasonable, because I think sometimes in the interest of efficiency, effectiveness can be lost. And we are deliberative bodies also. We're far different than Congress or the state legislature that has committees and has, all the decisions are sort of pre-made. There isn't that much debate when you get to the floor in that particular case because you've had all that opportunity to ask questions and get testimony and gather it up and that kind of thing. So a city council meeting is different because you're trying to convey information to the public at the same time.
And that absolutely is true. And that's why I say that many communities ignore the rule when the answers being given are relevant and helpful. And no one wants to stop the questions from being answered because we're getting information we want. So no one's going to call a point of order. But if the individual members abusing the 5-minute rule and basically asking questions that are not relevant to the body, somebody could ask for a point of order and limit the time and make you get back in the loop again. But that should be a flag for you that you're wasting time. You're getting answers that aren't relevant to the body. And somebody might even want to do a motion to close debate. If you're in the motion, if you've got a motion on the floor, if you're asking a bunch of questions and your presiding officer's letting answers come in, you could close debate too, to stop that process. If the person's abusing the opportunity. I haven't seen it very frequent at all that people ask questions that are not relevant. It seems like, by and large, they're all relevant to the body. And I don't see really long ones also. And so your problem may be very limited, maybe to this community, but I've not seen other communities where people have gone 15 minutes on an answer. It's usually, how many cars go through the intersection? 500. Okay, there's no problem with the 5-minute limit when you've got that kind of stuff going on. Okay, does that help?
It sure does. We're in an informal meeting, so I don't want anyone to be sitting here saying, oh, point of order. So you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to the motion.
May I make a
Yes.
statement real quick, Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a question.
Just in the interest of efficiency, so it is currently 7:14. We have an hour and a half slated for this presentation. It looks like we have roughly, I mean, we have a lot of slides, 34 slides. You know, I quickly went through the remaining slides. I think this body has now had Bob's Rules for several months. I just want to make sure that if there are questions from council members, that we're getting those questions answered from Bob tonight. Or if there are any specific rules that you want to highlight that are later in your presentation.
Okay,
I actually have a few questions, if I may. Actually, first off, you know, a statement I want to make there, Mr. Weiner, I appreciate you coming out tonight for sure to kind of give us a little bit more detailed information regarding your rules here, which I really adore and I appreciate a lot of. You know, there was a time, I think, you know, where we were trying to become more efficient, right? And I'll tell you right now, several months ago, we actually had I call it an informal retreat for everyone here on the dais, everyone here at council, to kind of go over what is it that we are lacking, what is it that potentially that we can do better. And you know, we came up with a lot of different, a lot of different things at that meeting. We talked about time, we talked about being consistent, we also talked about civility as well. You know, when it comes to being on the dais, you know, and you know, I think what shocks me is based on stats, right? Before that meeting, we were running about 4.5 hours, 4.5 hours for a meeting. After that meeting, we're running now average around 5.5 hours. So of course, we have become a little bit more inefficient, in my opinion. You know, and I think the other statement I want to make too, and as I kind of mentioned to you too, is, and I wanted to get your feedback on it, is, you know, one of the things is regarding citizen communication. I really appreciate when citizens do come on up, do have the time to speak. And I brought that up to, when I talked to the Mayor Pro Tem out of Lafayette, talked to council members in North Glen, also in somewhere in Denver, I can't remember which part of Denver it was. But when I talked to them, you know, and I told them, yeah, we actually, you know, asked questions at the time of citizen communication to those members that are up here who are talking, or it's something that we want to ask questions to. They looked at me appalled. They gave me this appalling look like, oh, you never do that. You have a time during administrative business or whatever it is, you know, in our agenda to actually speak on that. So what I want to get from you, because I have other questions to ask you as well, is regarding citizen communication. Have you seen any other municipalities or other local governments that actually had those types of conversations occur during citizen communication? Or have you seen them all as in those questions will be addressed at the appropriate time to the staff or to, you know, to the city manager or attorney?
Yes, I've seen it very effectively done, and if I was part of those people that you asked the question to, I would look at gas too, and let me explain why. The agenda is set up to accomplish business that's specifically identified on your agenda that we need to solve these things. One of the things you do not need to solve is what might come up in audience business. That is a dark rabbit hole to go down. It shouldn't say on your agenda, present what you want and we'll solve the problem. That's what the purpose of audience business is. It can be the biggest and most troubling waste of time, and I'm not saying that audience business is not important, but the problem with audience business is you invite people to the microphone, I want to tell you that I have a problem. And then you're going to talk about it, and what you need is information about that problem. And the place to get information is later on, research the issue and come back with a full package if that's relevant to you to talk about, and come back at another time to address that concern. So in the most efficient communities, you see this with audience business. You see stated on the agenda, audience business is for the purpose of hearing hearing the information and needs and concerns of the public, limited to 3 minutes. Do not expect that we're going to ask or solve the problem that's presented, and it will likely be or will be deferred to the staff for follow-up. So that I get the microphone for 3 minutes and I say, we've got a problem on my street with cars going too fast. Okay? They're going 95 miles an hour, every single one of them, and I want you to stop it. So now we're all going to talk about how we might stop the 95. Now, we don't even know that's true. We need to look into the street, the traffic, maybe do a study or two, have the city manager, direct staff to get more information back to you. Whatever the problem is, you need information. And you never, ever get the information at the audience business time. It's just, if you're going to wait for the information, say, I want to ask this question, this question, this question, you're going to be there all night. And you will have 6-hour meetings. That is the biggest potential use of time that can be efficiently handled, more efficiently handled later on if the issue is relevant to you. So I never would implore a community to say, let's engage the public, the citizens' problem right now. It's not really on the agenda. What's on the agenda is them to give you an opportunity, for them to have an opportunity to tell you what their concerns are. It's not to solve their problem. That needs to go on a future agenda, to solve that problem, okay? If it's a relevant problem that needs to be solved. So I'm not a fan of open-ended, and I've seen it I've seen it take a lot of time, okay?
Right.
I'm not saying at all that the citizens' information or concern they provide to you is a waste of time. What can be a waste of time is spending the time in that meeting when you've got a full agenda and not having all the information you need to effectively address that question. That's inefficient. That can be a waste of time. Because if you make a decision that, okay, well, we're going to put in some speed humps and we're going to do this and that and the other thing, and you find out one that's not been a problem traffic-wise, the speeds have not been that fast, you need the
The
information to
due
find
diligence
out.
needs to be done
Yeah.
with staff in order to come up with a well-informed decision.
Yes.
Versus trying to figure it out at that point.
Yeah. So
which
what I hear is the presiding officer say, thank you very much for your comment. We're going to refer your concerns to the city manager who will follow up with you. And the next day, typically, the manager will call the person and say, can I get some more information about your problem? And it may be not a problem sometimes. We find out that they just want an opportunity to vent. And sometimes it's like, yeah, that may present a problem. Let me get some information back to the
Okay.
council.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councilmember Kim, I just want to mention that with our time constraint, the mayor has his hand up in the Zoom. And would you be willing to let him comment now?
Yeah, him and also Councilmember Dukes too, and
I
then
don't see,
his hand's up.
oh, now I see it.
All
Thank you
right.
very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Decorum also. Mayor Douglas, please.
Thank you, Bob Wider, for coming in and addressing the council. I did attend the mayor information meeting at CML back in December, and this book was presented to us, and talked about this, and that's why I thought it'd be a good thing to bring to council and for us to adopt it, because it seemed like it would really make things more efficient. And the statement was made that our meetings went from 4 hours to 5.5. Pretty much due to that is basically how our agenda is set. It's not based on so much in our discussion of time. It's really how our agenda is laid out. And it will say, our meeting was going to go to like 11:15 or 11:30. Well, we have automatic adjournment at 10:30 unless that is extended. So that becomes a problem as well. Mm-hmm. So what is your suggestion when when an agenda is set till 11:30 or 11:15, beyond what is customary to, from what our rules are for automatic adjournment, what do you see could actually help fix that? I know we're right now working an agenda to alleviate that situation, but I want to get your take on how that could be alleviated.
Number one is setting a reasonable agenda that you can accomplish. Now, you can never anticipate the fact of how controversial, how big some issue might be. Another technique is for the mayor to have an idea of how much time should be spent on particular items and can chime in with the discretion that they have to say things. This next item on the agenda is a relatively small matter. I'm going to propose that we limit each person's chance to speak to one time. You have the right discretion to try to manage the agenda in a way that makes it efficient. But what I have seen effective in some other communities with regard to that, as far as going past the time, many communities do set a time limit, but I think the more efficient or more effective communities have done the following. The rule says we will adjourn at 10 o'clock. It takes a motion to go past 10 o'clock, a majority vote. And if we do not get the motion to pass, we have a system by which we continue the matters on the agenda to the next regular meeting, and they have a system by which those things are postponed. They also have the ability to say that we'll go past 10 o'clock and identify those issues or the items on the agenda that must be resolved this evening, and the rest of them are pushed back. So you basically hear the manager chime in and say, items 6 and 2 and 4 must be decided. I don't think we can wait another week. So you say, okay, we're going to extend the meeting only to resolve those 3 items. The rest of the items are postponed to the next meeting, date, time, and place. So I've seen that effectively done too. But just a cold, hard stop without trying to manage those issues that must be resolved is sometimes a challenge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Before I get to Councilmember Dukes, Councilmember Ford has his hand up. Then I'll do Councilmember Dukes and Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, Bob. I appreciate it. I appreciate the rules that we have adopted. One of my frustrations is with public hearings. You know how you said you can end debate, but when you're in a formal quasi-judicial hearing, and we take, we have the presentation by, say, the developer, and we have staff do their presentation. Then we hear the citizens come forward and testify. After we're all done with that, we get into discussion. And that discussion can go on and on and on. And it take literally hours. Sometimes simple questions like, can you give me the definition of this? And then that gets taken care of. Then somebody else, can I get this? And is there any way to end that discussion while you're in a formal public hearing? Can the council make a motion to stop that and to be able to get out of the public hearing, to be able to take action on the hearing itself?
Okay. Did you want to jump?
Thank you.
I just want to make sure you were clear on the question. So I think you clarified at the end there. So the question is, if we're in the middle of a hearing, right? So we're not in the closure, right? We're not in the part where they're discussing or debating. Is there a way to have a motion to close the hearing?
The rules do not provide for a motion to close the discussion. It's a closed debate, so it's after motions on the floor. One of the reasons for that, and I sympathize with the fact that you have a great deal of information need by the council on a particular issue. I get that. But that should be a natural course of the meeting to make sure that you have all the information you need to either make a motion and or decide a motion. Okay? So I'm a little leery about saying that there is a point at which we're not going to give you any more information. because it may be very relevant to you to get that information. And we're just saying, nope, we're not going to give it to you. You don't get to ask the questions that's relevant to you to make a decision. So the rules do not provide for a means of stopping discussion. It is effective for the mayor sometimes to say, we have a tight agenda tonight, let's limit our discussion to 5 minutes, so ask the questions that you must have answers to, and let's be efficient. You know, the mayor has some authority to kind of gather you together to flag for you, this is not going to be a way of efficient use of our time to go an hour into discussion, especially on irrelevant questions. So that's kind of a mayoral thing to kind of manage. I've seen effectively done the following, is that some member says, during discussion, they get the floor, and they say, I'm going to move that we do the following. And other people still want information, but that person has a right to put it on the floor, put the motion on the floor, and somebody seconds it. Now we're ripe for a motion to close debate, because then everything that happens after the motion is now debate, and it can be cut off. So if somebody in debate, it keeps going, I'd like to, Mayor, may I ask questions? That's up to you to decide whether or not you're going to let questions go past the motion. Typically, the motion is supposed to be debating. Some communities say we're not allowed to ask questions after the motion's on the floor. That can be limiting because somebody may ask a very relevant question. The mayor may say, I think that's really important during debate. So I really don't want to put rules on top of the process merely for the sake of efficiency when it defeats what you need, which is to get information to make a good decision. It's a balance here, okay?
Yeah, so I just would add, I think, just to be clear, so when you're in the hearing portion, right, quasi-judicial setting, there is no motion on the floor. Once the hearing is closed, then there's an opportunity for discussion, and whichever council member has the floor may at that time make a motion.
True, yes. You understand the difficulty, the balance of telling people that you can't have more information? It's inherent in the process that sometimes you're not efficient when you're getting information.
Deliberative. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Again, thanks for coming out. And this is, I mean, I'm excited to have this training. And one of the reasons why I moved the motion and with the support for the rest of the council to actually adopt this, the Bob's rules. I think this has been a critical piece for us. And just thanks for that, for being here to help us with this. The question I have is, you mentioned a couple of times in your presentations and multiple times around the goal for council business. Like you mentioned, it's to accomplish business, it's for decision-making, and that's the goal for our regular meetings. But in the book, and as you described, is there a way, or have you really honed in on the intention of our meetings or council meetings in general? Or is there a way that as a body we can really take that to heart, or I guess my question is, as you worked with other bodies, has there been a way to help them understand the purpose of coming together on our specific council meetings is to accomplish business, to make decisions, or what training is needed for that?
That's every question is a good question, but that's a particularly good question. What I have seen in communities with regard to what you're talking about is they've done a code of conduct, and they've drafted up in a code of conduct these particular, I don't want to call them rules, they're principles which you will govern the city by. And those principles can include things like, we will recognize that we have limited time in meetings and we need to get to the point. And we will all commit to each other to make sure that we don't ask irrelevant questions, we stay on point, we're respectful of the citizens, whatever it happens to be, and then you all sign it. In Centennial, they did that very early on in the formation back in 2001, and they posted the code of conduct on the wall with all the signatures. And every time a new council member came into office, they had to sign the document. And on some occasions, they modified the document because they found some other things, other principles they wanted to be governed by. But there's a lot that goes on in government that just has to be trust among you, right? That you're all on the same page, that you're not there to serve your ego, to accomplish something that the rest of the body doesn't want to do. I mean, y'all swore an oath of office, and you all went door to door knocking on doors saying, please elect me so I can serve you. You didn't go in there and say, please elect me so I can ruin the meetings and make them longer and make it frustrating and be divisive. You didn't do that. You said, let me serve you. And so if everybody goes into the meetings with the same principle of what you're here for, sometimes it's easier for people to understand that the person we're serving is not me. The person we're serving is the public. Let's get to the point. But the code of conduct can be an effective way of saying, look at the document, you committed to it. Let's do it.
And you said that some other councils have it visually in the city chambers, as council chambers?
Oh, and it framed.
Okay.
Yeah, and in the room. And it's Centennial has since taken it down because they're pretty much bought into the principles and they all seem to act very much in concert. But they had it at the entryway, so that every council member who came in, it was right there. It's kind of like, the Notre Dame sign when you go onto the field. You touch the sign on the way out. We're committed to being a team. We're committed to win. They all had it there in front of them. Now, that sounds a little Pollyannish perhaps, but you should be in the seat to do that stuff, to function for your citizens.
Thank you, Councilmember Dukes. I'd like to go
actually-
to Councilmember Kim if I can. And then I
Well, just
have a
last part,
second comment.
we actually did that, and so I'm excited that I know Councilmember Kim probably mentioned that as well. But yeah, we actually did do that Pontiac type of approach. So it was something to revisit. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually did do something like that where we actually have it on during the efficiency meeting that we became more inefficient at, where it was signed to everyone signed off on it, right? One of the top ones we talked, like I said, time, consistency, civility. Obviously, one of the things that we would agree that we do would ask questions ahead of time to staff before the meeting in order to become efficient. Going back to the point that the mayor had made about, is based on the agenda setting, I agree. I respectfully agree and disagree on that because I will tell you from, agenda setting is one thing, but, with the fact that when you have the agenda set out the way it is, whether if it does go to 11:30, whatever you call it, right? You still have that point where, again, it goes back to citizen communication. I'm not saying that it's not important to discuss with the residents that are here to speak, but there's an appropriate time for that. And typically what I have noticed in my time I've been on council, at least this year, we have gone over by 45 to almost minutes to an hour and a half, delaying our schedule the way it's been. With that said, what I'd like is to get a little bit more from the city manager. City Manager Rogers, could you please explain a little bit more regarding the agenda setting that the mayor had mentioned?
So thank you, Councilmember Kim. When it comes to agenda setting, obviously we prioritize the work that needs to be done. I think you heard Mr. Weiner speak about, right, we're setting agenda on the things that are critical to the operations or to the items that have been asked by the council. I think more generally speaking, we have an internal process and we've tried to keep to it about the number of agenda items so that it doesn't get too voluminous. And historically, since 2020, we've averaged between 15 to 21 items. So in 2021, for example, 19 items, 2023, 19 items. In 2024, we've averaged 21 items. The average time, I'll call a similarly sized agenda has grown over those years from 4 hours, to 4 hours and 52 minutes, to 4 hours and 19, and to 5 hours and 8 minutes. The estimates that you find on our agenda is based on the actual time it is taking council to get through those items or do through those sections of our agenda. So we make our estimates based off of the time in which council deliberates, whether it's on public comment. So if it takes 45 minutes on public comment, we are then estimating 45 minutes of public comment. If it takes 2.5 hours to 3 hours on public hearings, we're going to put 3 hours. So we are going to give you all the realistic time based off of the average across those meetings in which you all are taking to get through the business.
Thank you. All right. Well, I appreciate that information altogether as far as what happened between 2021 and 2024. We went from 4 to 5 hours and 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay,
I just have one more, but if you want to go ahead, and I can go right after.
All right. Councilmember Teeter.
Glad to have you here, Mr. Widener. I do have one question. I'm trying to protect our city attorney because he's always on the hot seat and having to be the parliamentarian. What about the city clerk? I think the city clerk would make an excellent parliamentarian, and then the city attorney can be there in case he messes up at that point. But do you have many municipalities that do it that way, or?
It is rare that I've seen a municipality assign that role to the clerk. It happens more frequently, perhaps, and it's rare to start with, but I've seen it more in small statutory towns where they have very limited staff. And the mayor, doesn't want the role or hasn't aspired to the role, and they want somebody else to do it. And they naturally turn to the clerk because sometimes the clerk is also the manager, the clerk, and you name it. They do all the jobs. And so they're asked to be fluent in the rules, but it's not common.
Yeah, what I was thinking of, he's untouchable from the council point of view. Now, the manager could fire him tomorrow, but
Thank you, Councilmember Teeter.
it's just a thought.
It is a thought. It's also possible for you to hire somebody to serve as parliamentarian whose only role is to do that for you. And going in, that person's going to say no to you on occasion. It's just tough when you're a staff member and you've got other duties.
Nah, he wouldn't say no. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Last question, this will be it. Mr.
you?
Widener, I promise you. Mr. Widener, you had, what I want to know is the adoption of the rules by other municipalities. Those that adopted the rules, right, as far as where it actually has worked efficiently compared to those who adopted the rules, but it has been inefficient. What have you seen that occur based off of the rules that you've created, and what is the what's the difference? What's the difference between the two? Is it I don't know.
I don't want to pat my back, but I will say that of the communities who have talked to me about the rules post-adoption, most of them have called up and said, this is working great. But they've had questions on how might we tweak this? We had this special issue. What would you recommend? And I've told communities they can always call me. It's not on the clock. I want you to I want to hear the concerns because the next edition needs to be built upon how things work. But I have not heard with any frequency or anybody who says to me, this isn't working for us. I have heard communities tell me, we have this problem with the rules. Can you help us devise a new rule to address the issue, which is pretty easy to do, okay? I've had communities call me up and said, we did the rules, but we found out after we adopted them that we're not allowed to abstain. And we have historically abstained in matters, and we've allowed people to do that. How can we accommodate that rule since the rule says you can't, okay? And I help them make sure that they can. So I've heard people tell me they need to tweak the rules, but no one has told me they haven't proven to be effective.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I have made good use of this book. Many pages have green tabs on it, so I really appreciate the opportunity to take a look at it and for your efforts to try and hone down Robert's Rules of Order for everyone. We have done a pretty good job over the years, actually, of using our type of Robert's Rules of Order. Probably the newest addition has been the new 5-minute rule, and more points of order, more points of information, that kind of thing. There's other aspects that we probably need to work on, and maybe we'll have Myers-Briggs come and make a presentation next time. But I thank you very much, Mr. Widener. It's very much appreciated. We really wanted this, all of us wanted this to happen, so thank you. Right. And just because the lights went out doesn't mean anything. Okay, they're back.
I thought that was me.
Your power.
Well, again, I appreciate the opportunity to come here, and through your staff, you can always ask questions, and I'm happy to help out because my ultimate goal is that it work for you, right? like I said at the beginning, you don't have to adopt the rules. But if you do want to use the rules, let's make them work so that you do a better job at what you do, right? And so that's my real goal here, okay? But thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I believe that there are members of commissions and boards who are here tonight as well, who are, oh, there they are with the book, and they're also listening to you tonight, Mr. Widener. So you are filtering through our community now and through our city government, so thank you very kindly. We're moving on now to the joint meeting with the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce, and I'm going to invite Garrett Anderson, Director of Economic Development, to introduce the presentation.
No, it's not on. Now it is.
Test. Can you hear me? Good, great. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Just wanted to introduce tonight our Chamber of Commerce Board. We function in the economic development world in very much what could be described as an ecosystem of partners, and the Chamber of Commerce is one of those ecosystem partners that's very important to our community. Wanted to introduce them. You know, very much like an organic ecosystem, the partners interact and depend on one another for success in the community and for the economic success of the community. So the Chamber of Commerce is here tonight just to tell us a little bit about what they do, and we make sure that we're all on the same page and understand how we can move forward better in the future. I want to introduce Barrett Jensen. He's a member of the Chamber of Commerce Board, who's going to be doing the primary focus of the presentation tonight, but we'll be sharing some other people as well.
Yeah, thank you, Garrett. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. As Garrett said, I'm Barrett Jensen. I work for Waste Connections of Colorado. I'm also a member of the board of the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a resident on the north side of Commerce City as well. We've been members since about 2021. As we, expanded our operations and saw it as we do in really many places throughout the country. Our chambers are so important to us as a business. And so, we got with the chamber and said that this is fantastic. This is where we want to do business. And we wanted to get to know the other businesses. And so that's, one of the reasons that we joined and felt strongly to be a part of the leadership within the board as well. Saw the agenda there. So try to keep this as brief as possible. I know we have, you have more business to attend to as well. But really in a nutshell, what is the chamber? In a nutshell, really, it's a nonprofit organization of diverse businesses that are seeking to further their collective interests while advancing their businesses and community. In a nutshell, that's it. And it's we have over 120 businesses within the Chamber of Commerce in Commerce City. I'm always looking to expand that, and seeing more businesses come in allows us to do that and be impactful to the community in which we serve. And with that, just going in, because I know you have these slides with you, a couple of things that we just aren't. We're not a department of the city. We're not a political body, but we're also not a 501c3. Which I think is a common misconception. We are a 501c6. That is our designation. And so we are a nonprofit, and we'll talk a little bit later about how we obtain our funding. But that just allows us to be able to advocate greater for the businesses that we represent and that we serve in Commerce City. So really, the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce is very, very new, probably one of the newer chambers that we're a part of, which is fantastic in its own way. So it really started in about 2016. finally received IRS designation in 2017. Within the first 100 days, as you can see up there, Michael Scanlon went on the Centennial Drive to get 100 businesses in 100 days, and he did that. And so even now today, again, we're over 120 businesses. That can go up and down, but we've usually upwards of 150 at the most. COVID had something to do with that a little bit. But we're always, trying to support the businesses and the communities and even additional nonprofits that we serve. I really think in our vision, in our mission and purpose and vision statements, I think the one in the middle is probably one of the most important pieces. And I think that's because of the piece on unity, right? The Commerce City Chamber, will unite the business community of the area that's engaged in all of these activities. Not just business, right? But a lot of the work that, a lot of our nonprofits do. Community events, those are important to the businesses, right? I mean, a lot of the businesses, if not almost all of the businesses that are operating here in Commerce City, our employees live in Commerce City, right? So we want to make sure that we're doing the best for not just our employees, right, but our community. And so that unity piece is extremely important to me, to our board, and to our members. The Chamber is governed by a 7 to 15 member board. We have 5 active committees within the board. That's our leads group, our event committee, our ambassador committee, which really our ambassador committee is every single board member that we have. We're all ambassadors to the Chamber of Commerce. And then our advocacy committee. There's 2 part-time staff members, and then we additionally have an additional contractor, and then also committee volunteers as well. The Chamber board, you can see all of our pretty faces up there. We have Maria Carbajal from South Adams County Fire Department. She is the current president of the board. We have Heather LaCrue, which some of them are here today, and if you could do a wave, that'd be fantastic. Heather LaCrue is from Adams County Sheriff's Department. Dylan Huey from Del West Development Corporation. William Frew from Sunshine Home Services. Arlene Castro from iGo Realty, who is one of the founding board members. Thank you. Nathan Hart from Home Smart Real Estate. Billy Ray from WR Communications. Anna Taylor from Aspen Insurance. David Pox from Gratitude Wealth Management. Angel Hurtado from Volunteers of America. Then we also have Councilmember Ford on, who represents the City Rotary Club. And then for our Commerce City representatives, we have Councilmember Kim, and then with Councilmember Teeter as our alternate. So thank you. Our chamber staff includes Executive Director Renee Bullock, Chamber Coordinator June Younger, and then our Chamber Business Manager, which is that consultant there, is Deborah Bullock. So we feel as though we have a lot to offer at the Chamber for our memberships and for our community. The resources, there are quite a bit. We offer a variety of resources, not only to our members, but the local business community, residents, and those wishing to visit, do business, or one day live in our community. We do this in a variety of ways, and I'll just go over a few. We offer a Commerce City business guide and directory that we put out every year. It is mailed to 10,000 local households and put out in various local businesses for others to pick up. It's also available through our online at 4cchamber.com. We also offer numerous networking events, such as Coffee with the Chamber, the luncheon leads that we talked about earlier, after-hours mixers, and then quarterly small business roundtables to help our small businesses get together and work through any challenges that they may be facing. But one of the proudest that we have as a resource, as you can see up there on the top left, is in 2020, after COVID hit, we partnered with the Adams County Economic Development to provide over $375,000 in grant money to help local businesses through the COVID-19 pandemic. In all, 161 grants were awarded to 71 local businesses in Commerce City, something that we are all very proud at the board and as our membership. We also provide numerous educational opportunities. As a chamber, we offer in-person and online educational opportunities to members and non-members through, again, our Lunch and Learns, Lunch and Leads, small business roundtables, webinars, and special events such as tours. I won't read them all off on my list, but there's over 30 educational opportunities that we provide pretty much annually, to include certain types of excursion trips, such as Volunteers of America, National Eagle and Wildlife Property Repository, and then we've done Q&A with city manager, police chief, and fire chief. Advocacy is a very important piece of the Chamber of Commerce. We, at a chamber, we are also happy when we see our members in, oh, I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. The Chamber advocates on behalf of our members, but also on behalf of our community, engaging with lawmakers and partners across the state to seek positive business climate change that allows Commerce City businesses to grow and thrive and secure a strong state economy. And we do this in numerous ways. One of the more important, at least to us, is insisting our members and non-members navigate the governmental process for such problems as signage, zoning, licensing, permitting, simple as how to start a business. We help look up codes, processes, and give resources that we have, including direct them to the right city department, economic development, they need to connect with. And we can also help bring together these entities to help with these specific issues. At the Chamber, we are also happy when we see our members engaging with the community. That is why we offer events that we either partner with our members or support their events in various ways. Just a few of the events that we've participated in and sponsored include our electronics recycling program, which this year brought in 3 truckloads of unwanted electronics. We did CPR certification courses. We've done Meet the Candidates and candidate forums. And we participated in the city's annual Fall Fest. And those are just to name a few. So really, what are the benefits of being a chamber member? For us, it's that ability to network, the ability to network with other businesses, to get to have that connection to your local government, so you can develop those relationships starting now and in the long term, that I think is successful not just for the businesses, not for the council, but for the community. And so that ability to know each other, understand each other, and develop relationships is critical and is one of my favorite pieces of the chamber and in any chamber. So how are we financed? Primarily, we're financed through membership dues. So those are those 120 plus members paying annual memberships into the chamber. We've have city support. The city is a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and we appreciate that. We can also receive private donations, receive funding through events, through the fees that we apply to those events. We've also do and it's fantastic every year, the Kentucky Derby in Derby. And so those are primarily the ways in which that we can receive funding for the chamber activities, and that way we can continue to support our members and our community. So just a little bit of what our members say about the chamber. We have, I'm only going to bring up probably 2. I don't know how much time we have, and we're trying to stick to 15 minutes. I'm trying to be appreciative of your time. William, we have a couple testimonies from some of our board members that I think would be appropriate for you to hear, if that's okay. So William and Angel.
Greetings. During the COVID, the chamber, we've been a member of the chamber since the very beginning. I guess you could say one of the founders. We were signed up by Michael Scanlon, and the chamber has helped us tremendously, especially through the during the COVID, several funding opportunities were there and helped us get through, and we would not have been still in business if it wasn't for the chamber, so we have to thank them for that. and all the networking opportunities that we have received has been absolutely wonderful. And I know that I do work for a lot of you people, and we appreciate the community that we have with the city. So with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Angel Hurtado, and I'm the Chief Programs Officer at Volunteers of America, Colorado. Volunteers of America, Colorado has been around for 138 years, serving the state of Colorado. I want to talk to you about the impact that the Chamber of Commerce has had on our agency. A few months ago, we had an outage, and we would have lost over $200,000 worth of food that our Meals on Wheels recipients receive. But we got a call from June who says, Angel, I have some people who would love to help you. I have some refrigerated trucks that you can use. That fast responsiveness doesn't happen easily unless you can have a bunch of businesses at your disposal to be able to help. So we at Volunteers of America really appreciate that, because we would have had a lot of seniors not have their meals that day. They've done a spotlight on programming for us, especially since we're new to Commerce City. Even though we've been serving the city of Commerce City for many, many years, we actually built a building in Commerce City, and we've received the support from the chamber and from this council for that early 2023. They did a spotlight on our programming, which was really neat to see and to be appreciated and to show that we're in town now, and we appreciate that, of course. They've also been able to bring in programming to our building that's located on 50th and 54th and Dahlia. And we've brought in money. We have an innovation kitchen, which some of you, I think, have been there and seen that. And they brought in other businesses and advertised other businesses for us to receive funds for that. Let me tell you about the people that Volunteers of America serves, and because of your support and because of the chamber support, what we're able to do in Commerce City just since we moved into Commerce City. We've served over 2,419 meals at our congregate meal site, which is located at our Aging and Nutrition Services building and at Madonna Plaza. That equates to over 145 people that we serve. In our Meals on Wheels throughout Commerce City, we served 9,680 meals to residents of Commerce City. In our City Harvest, it's a food bank for nonprofits and churches, and that we've served over 300 pounds of food there. So the Chamber has been a great partner of ours, and we really appreciate them and love to continue to do business with the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you both for your service on the board, so thank you. I think we're going to get this to work. We have one more testimony, and then we'll be concluding.
Hello, my name is Maynard Ventura, owner of the Tasty Donuts, and I'm here to talk about the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce. Great team. Members are from East Town, and what that does is they understand our problems. They know the city, they know the local people that live here, and I have to tell you that we have called them for many issues that we had here in this business. Anywhere from getting grants to restore this historical place, but also having meetings about homelessness and issues that we had out there. These have improved a lot, and thanks for their members and the Chamber of Commerce people that provided the support and created meetings between the city and us, find solutions and ways that we can actually work out. At the end of the day, we had many projects that we needed to complete at this place, and they were here to help us. We had the sign as one of the historical restoration that we had to do, and they were here to help us. There was a little bit of history there and a little bit of a story that we went through, but they're here to support us, and through their network meetings help us to bring more customers here, get to know each other in the business community. And we have an event every year, the National Donut Day. They've been here with us, and these are things that help the business grow. And I can't thank them enough for all the support. And all I can say is that the Chamber of Commerce City is here to help us, and they've always been here for us, and I can't thank them enough. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss kind of what we do, what our vision is, and the impact that we've have and will continue to have on businesses in the community in Commerce City, all positive. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. I would love to invite our board to come a little closer. It's okay. I'll try to answer the best that I can. But again, just truly appreciate the opportunity to be here and just have this conversation with you.
Thank you very much, Barrett. Very good presentation. We appreciate having Commerce City Chamber of Commerce in the chambers tonight to talk with us about all the work you do. We do have people who have questions for you. First, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. Thank you, Barrett, for the presentation. Really appreciate it all together. I do have a question for you, but I also have a question for the city staff, or really city manager first. Before my time on council, right, back in, before pre-2022-ish or so and all, and I'm sure this is probably the time even when Mayor Ford was mayor of Commerce City, just wondering what has that relationship been like with the Chamber of Commerce? What's that partnering been look like from then until today?
That's a great question, Council Member. I think the relationship has evolved with the evolution and the growth of the Chamber over time. I think as they were establishing themselves, and obviously with our economic development team, we had a primary focus on business retention and expansion. So there were a lot of partnerships in, I'll call it business visitations between the chamber and between the city in being able to show our various appreciation for those businesses that made a significant investment in our community. Also in support of ribbon cuttings, discussions when and about if there were opportunities that may come across their doorstep about what does it look like for the city's participation through incentives. And I think that's what's been the standard relationship that I've seen since I've been here at the city in my multiple different roles over the time, has been that business retention, expansion, that ability to do joint ribbon cuttings for, like I said, businesses that have gone through the investment opportunity in our city. And like I said, the potential for some things that may or may not come through their doors. I think there's opportunity for strengthening that relationship, and Garrett and his team have and are continuing to explore ideas on how to do that with this iteration of the chamber, with its board and with its staff. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Got it. Question for the chamber too is what is it that you believe that council or staff could do to help to support the chamber?
Thank you, council member. I mean, it really comes down exactly what you just said. It's that support. It's, in business, one of the greatest things that we have is relationships. Our relationships, whether in our personal lives, in business, no matter where it is, are so important. And so one of the reasons that we're here is to let you know that that relationship is important to us, and that we want that relationship as strong as possible. Not just for the businesses that we have, but for the businesses that we will have. We don't want to lose anyone. It's not as easy for us to, as a chamber, to go out and find business. It's just not typically what we do, but to have the advocacy, the networking, the relationships to make our businesses feel really strong and comfortable, and make you feel really strong and comfortable. That's it. So it's that commitment, from all of us, right, to continue to develop these relationships and make them as strong as possible, so that we can only do better and great things for our community and the businesses. And so I hope that answers your question a little bit, but it's just that relationships, that support.
Right, it's really, I hear it too. I mean, it's, typically as far as what I'm understanding from the chamber itself, right, especially with some of it was identified in the presentation. It's all about advocacy, networking, promoting resources, figure out resources. Volunteers of America needed a resource. June was able to figure out that resource, and they were to help out. I get the same call as well, right? So from my standpoint, I call from, somebody from, let's just say hypothetically on District Accountability Committee, right? Who is looking for some resource or whatever to help out, or they'll reach out to me, tell me about a resource. So in turn, I'm able to utilize those resources to be able to press out or push out to other entities as well. Or if I need to, if I need to ask questions about something, right? There's always, always reaching out to one of the other council members as well. So really appreciate the presentation. Really appreciate you being here tonight. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the record, at a study session night, we do not employ the 5-minute rule. So just in case anybody's looking at watches, it doesn't work that way on study session nights. I do have 3 speakers in the queue. Councilmember Ford is on the screen. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you to the chamber for coming in and giving us this presentation tonight. Years ago, we used to, as a city, operate in partnership and underneath of the Metro North Chamber of Commerce. We used to have an organization called the Business Professionals Association in Commerce City as well. Many of those groups participated in different kind of events within the community and helped really build pride in the community. It's one thing that I see really slipping away nowadays is pride in our community. I would love to see the chamber more involved with events and continuing to build that relationship with the city. With my time on this chamber, being able to go to Volunteers of America and see what they do and how they do it and the size of their kitchen and the efficiencies that they have, and members that I visit regularly, like Key Bank or Tasty Donuts. Some of these businesses would have went out of business with COVID and that pandemic, and it's thanks to the chambers and the fact that you all can help each other and grow some of that opportunity within our community, and you can stand up for each other when necessary. I think it's important that you, as a chamber, start coming and weighing in on some of the decisions the council's making when it comes to new businesses, zoning, things that can and will affect your businesses in the future. When we're dealing with senior issues and things of that nature, I'd love to see Volunteers of America in here to talk about resources and play a role in some of that advocacy for those businesses. And last but not least, the sun is always shining at Sunshine Plumbing.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Councilmember Ford. I'm going to go to Councilmember Chacon because she hasn't spoken this evening. To this point, that is.
Thank you. Sorry, Councilmember Dukes, but thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Does the chamber do any type of cultural responsive training or trauma sensitivity training to environmental justice communities or historically exploited communities? The reason I think this is incredibly crucial is because my first interaction with the chamber was actually on a bus tour with the Environmental Justice Action Task Force that had our county commissioners, including Steve D'Aricio, Ian Tafoya, Hilda Nucete, Beatriz Soto, a number of really pivotal spaces that we could have built that type of community outreach. And I was really disappointed when one of the community members was discussing their environmental justice disparities. They were talking about actually how difficult it was to go across 2 rail yards and a highway. And by one of the chamber staff members, she was actually told to shut the F up. And this was witnessed by everybody on the bus, that we actually had to have a discussion afterwards. And that was my very first interaction with the chamber. There's not a lot of Latino representation, Indigenous representation. So what type of cultural sensitivity and trauma sensitivity, especially, I mean, we're Commerce City, we do have environmental justice issues, or we wouldn't have certain bills passed on a state legislator level. So it does impact businesses when we kind of don't align with certain community aspects or try to build through conflict resolution.
Thank you, council member. That was my first time hearing that. So if that's the case, deeply apologize. If that's the case, I may need a little bit of help from Renee. I'm not aware of any. I just know that we partner a lot with Adelante and do a lot of events with them as well. And so that's something also too that we're always open to and willing to implement or put in place, or just continue to expand the services that we have.
Thank you, Council and Mayor Pro Temp and Mayor Douglas. My name is Renee Bullock. I'm the Executive Director. Councilwoman Chacon, this is the first time I've heard about this. So I don't know exactly what the incident you are speaking of, but it's something that we can look into and I can get an answer back to you. But we do work in all phases of environmental justice. We work in phases of on both sides of it. So yes, the chamber does look at all communities within the city, and we work really closely with Adelante. So if this is something that you can give me more information on, I will investigate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I could forward when the meeting was, and we actually took a written account as task members when we were making the recommendations of where we saw kind of where we could work through conflict resolution again with community. So yes, I welcome any type of training for it. We have such a beautiful, diverse community of embracing many different cultures, but also being sensitive to when they don't align, how can we help that through business and other spaces so that they're not left out for equity. Thank you.
No, thank you, council member.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, and thanks for coming and sharing what the chamber does and the history. You know, often when you look at the history of the chamber here in Commerce City, it's only 5 years old, and that's something that we also have to keep in mind every once in a while, that this is a newer org that's growing and doing some great work already. So thank you for coming, and also thank you for having the board members move up a little earlier, having the board members come to the seats in the front, because you couldn't see you all the way in the back. Looked like Renee had a little peach fuzz on his chin or something from here. What is that right? So I do have I have two questions. One is, when we think about the chamber and the advocacy portion of it, and I think about workforce and I think about housing naturally, right? Housing, attainable and affordable housing across our city. What role can a chamber play or has played when we think about helping maybe talk about the issues of workforce and being able to live and work in the city? And then I have one follow-up question after that, if you want to answer that one.
So we'll just, thank you, council member. I'll let you get a little deeper into it, Renee. But absolutely, I mean, we understand that as a business. I mean, we have nearly over 800 employees in Colorado. About 200 of those are around Adams County, so quite a bit in Commerce City. So it's definitely something that, as a business, we take that very seriously, and it's something that's important, right? We need our people to live places, or else they can't come to work. And so it's something that we take very seriously. I know that, we've looked at, throughout the years, just on the business side, right? We need to make sure that we're looking at pay. We need to make sure that we're looking at benefits to keep up. But we understand that it's bigger than just that as well. So I'll let Renee go into the specifics of the chamber, but just wanted to include that in there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dukes. We do work with workforce development with Adams County. We work with workforce development within the city when they have anything that would come under that umbrella. If they were doing a seminar or if we were doing a seminar, we have done homeless seminars that were attended. And we're kind of proud about this one. We did a homeless seminar that was attended by Mayor Kaufman from Aurora. And he actually went back to his city and implemented some of the things that we were talking about in our city in working with in unhoused people. And it seems to be working there. And it would have been a really good suggestion here, but it just didn't catch on. But we do have a lot of workforce development. As far as advocacy goes, the two people on the chamber board that work with advocacy is myself and Councilman Ford. So we have a real great advocacy program with businesses, with nonprofits, with the city. We're always discussing with the Economic Development Department different notions that can help both the chamber and the city. I hope that answers, or do you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah, I do have a just follow. Thank you for sharing the advocacy and peace. And I guess my question is like working with you at the chamber and the chamber as a whole, is that something that, when we talk about relationships, is that something we can engage or get feedback on like best practices on workforce, and specifically like what chamber is doing a good job or what city's doing a good job at helping their workforce stay in the houses they're at and be able to be a part of the community? And as you're thinking about businesses, I know you need workforce business. Is that something the chamber can be a thought partner on with the council?
That's a big yes. One of the things that the chamber definitely wants to do is partner with the city in any ways we can in order to make any program that we have or any program that you have a better program through best ideals. And I came back from a conference of all the chambers in Colorado they had in Colorado Springs at the first of the month. And just the ideals that were out there that can be used across the whole state, but in Commerce City itself, how we as a chamber can be partners with the city to just help each other grow. Because we aren't here asking for anything except cooperation. And through cooperation, both of us will become better. Does that answer your question, or do you have a...
No, that doesn't. The last part is just kind of piggybacking on Councilmember Ford's comment. As far as the chamber being involved or being able to show the public comment or share best practices, I would welcome that as well. And I know you mentioned relationships. Is there a most preferred way that as a chamber for us to develop the relationships? Is it you coming to council meetings and sharing during public comments on agenda items, or is it working with Councilmember Ford, Teeter, and Kim? Like, can you talk more about how would you prefer a relationship, or some examples that you like to see us engage in?
It's not just working with Councilman Ford, Teeter, and Kim, it's working with the whole council, because at any given time, there are members of this council that may see or hear something that would be beneficial to the council or beneficial to the chamber. And then there are times where we might be in a position where I will just hand something right off to the Economic Development Department and Garrett and say, this is something we can't do. We can't give incentives. We can't do economic development, but we can certainly make sure that if we hear of a business that can't find a spot or is thinking about leaving, we work very hard to stop that, because business retention is one of the most important things that we want to keep in this city. Because when a business leaves, depending on why they leave, if it's for a bad reason, they will tell 100 people. If it's for a good reason, they will only tell 5. So what we want to do is make sure nobody is leaving with a bad taste in their mouth. So we will work together with the city, we will work together with council members in order to do anything we can to bring businesses here and keep businesses here. Okay.
If I may, just to add to that, I think it's, for Councilmember Dukes, is really to have those candid conversations, whether they are within these chambers or outside. But that only comes with the relationships piece, right? And that communication leads to the relationships, and those relationships will eventually lead to results that I think are positive for both council, the Chamber of Commerce, and ultimately the community. So from a business standpoint, to be able to have those sometimes difficult conversations, whether in the chambers or outside, but we are all okay at the end of it. We're not always going to agree on everything, and that's fine. That's okay. But to be able to have those candid conversations inside and outside of these chambers with our members would be what I would like to see. So I think that's an important piece. I just wanted to clarify or add that piece.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time out this evening to come and present. And excellent job on the presentation. I do want to piggyback on Councilwoman Chacon's comments because I actually was there on that bus tour, and so I did witness it. I'd also like to know, in your booklet, there's a site advertised called Ion Commerce City. Are you representative of that blog or whatever it is as a chamber, as a group?
Councilmember Douglas, I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with that. I'd have to look it up or defer. I'm not familiar with it. What was it called again?
Ion Commerce City. It's been advertised in your book.
I'll have to look into that and get, unless. Did you?
June Younger, Chamber Coordinator. Our directory is open to anyone who wants to place an ad, and our publisher, they're the ones that do all the ad sales and everything. We
So
are
this
not
was a paid
associated.
Advertising.
I want to make this clear once and for all, because I've had a lot of people try to say that I am Ion Commerce City, and I want to say I am not. I am
I'm glad
not,
you
and I don't
made
ever
that
want to
clear,
hear
June, but-
anyone else say that I am.
That's not why I brought it up. It was just that
Thank you.
It is in the
No,
book.
thank you, thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Jim, for the clarification. Yeah, that's, those are all, not necessarily members, those are just, they all pay to be in there, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to, and yeah, please know that when your representatives are out in the community, that they're reflective of the chamber, and so when there are disparaging remarks made about different community members by members of your chamber, that could come back to haunt you. So just be aware of that, it is a small community, and we want a positive organization that we can be proud of. So thank you so much.
Understood. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions myself. 2 years ago, Councilmember Douglas and I were part of the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee, BREDAC. We met for 9 months. It was small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and large businesses in Commerce City. We came forward with a lot of suggestions on what could be done to help businesses in Commerce City, from taxes and fees and so on and so forth. And I think what I would love to see is for the chamber to use its ability to recommend policy. Because I'm not an expert in business, just ask my consulting business. But I think that we could all use that a recommendation. So if there's something that an initiative that you want us to look at, that would be really great to bring forward from the chamber, something that would help the businesses in the community or a specific kind of business, whatever the case might be. I think that would be really helpful. We're also doing a small business group again this fall. So hopefully there will be even more information coming forward from that. Perhaps some of your chamber members are part of that. I think a few were part of BREDAC as well. I'm not certain. But anything that you can bring forward to us is always welcome. Thank you. I try to go to as many events as I can, and I appreciate everything that the chamber does. Does anyone else have any other comments before we go?
I do want to say thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Barrett. And thank you all to the board. Really appreciate you being in here tonight.
Thank you all.
We're moving on to the topic of citywide waste management services. And I will invite Jenna Hahn, Deputy Director of Public Works, forward to give the presentation on waste management services.
Sorry about that. We have a bit of a delay in the other room. So, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. It's nice to see you all. We are here tonight to continue our discussion about our citywide waste management services. So we're going to go through our current status of the contract with Republic Services. We will discuss the upcoming waste management RFP and that associated transition timeline. And finally, we'll go through some key terms for the upcoming RFP and solicit any council feedback on those terms. So these next few slides will touch upon information that we discussed during our summer study session. So I'll go through it fairly quickly, but happy to answer any questions about the information at the end. So as we all know, our current contract with Republic expires here at the end of the year, expires on December 31st. That contract does include a provision to allow a one-time, one-year extension for services, which staff is actively pursuing. And in fact, we will be bringing that amendment, extending the services by 1 year before you all on November 18th of this year to review and approve. And so that contract will take our services through, or with Republic, through the end of 2025. That extension is important because it gives us at a staff level time to adequately go through the RFP process, right? So drafting the RFP, getting it posted, reviewing bids with council, and smoothly transitioning services if needed without disrupting the community's expected level of trash and recycling service. So my goal is to have that RFP posted in December or January. That RFP will, of course, be open to our current provider as well as any other qualified companies in the area. And obviously, that process is really just going to allow us to explore the best option and make sure we're operating with the best value and best service for the residents. Those bids will be reviewed with City Council in early 2025, so Q1 of next year. Then we would go ahead and enter into a new contract with the selected bidder. We hope to have a contract fully negotiated by Q3, which would allow services with the provider to begin on January 1st of 2026. And if we do switch providers or change any part of the current service delivery model, we will work with our community relations team to make sure there's adequate public outreach for our community. So the current terms that we're planning to put in the RFP are pretty similar to the terms that we included the last time that we went through this process. These are terms that have worked very well for the residents. A few exceptions here, mostly being with the composting. So we'd be asking for a 5-year contract. That's pretty standard. That's the timeline that is financially feasible for trash providers to enter into agreement with the city. We'll continue with our current trash and recycling model, as well as have the expected large item pickups included, as well as the green waste pickups that Republic Service offers. Where we get a little different here is the potential to include composting at city services or city serviced facilities, or composting at residential homes. So when we talk about composting, there are really 3 different options that we would like to ask bidders to the RFP to flesh out for us in their responses. So option 1 is what we do now, right? So seasonal leaf and branch curbside pickup only. So that would mean we would not be extending the program to allow for food waste composting at our city facilities or within residential areas. Option 2 would be a subscription-based composting service. This would likely be bi-weekly, and a subscription-based model would require a minimum number of participants to be interested in joining the program in order to make it financially viable for a service provider to offer composting in the neighborhoods. Option 3 would be a more robust program, so this would be a citywide composting service, also likely to be bi-weekly. Here, my only caveat is we may struggle to achieve widespread participation, right? And the price would be the same regardless of how high or low the participation is. And the reason that this option is a little more pricey is because the provider would have to purchase additional totes and trucks than they would for the other 2 options. So we would really like providers to bid on at least 2, if not 3 of these services, so we can determine whether or not it's financially viable to add composting services to our contract with a waste management provider. And then one other item for discussion that I don't have in the slideshow, but I think is really important for us to go through, is whether or not council would like for there to be an item in the RFP that asks bidders to tell us whether or not they can do a split invoicing model. So what I mean by that is, could they issue an invoice to the city for a certain percentage or a certain service and issue an invoice to residents for, again, a certain percentage or a certain service. So an example could be, do we want residents to pay for composting? That is a provision we included in the last RFP, and I will say that only one of the bidders was able to accommodate for that request. So just something to think about, whether or not we want to ask if split invoicing is possible. But those are the terms, again, largely the same from what we've done in the past, other than the question about additional and enhanced composting services. So with that, happy to open it to questions.
Thank you very much, Jenna. Appreciate it. I will have questions for sure. Do any council members have questions? Use your...
I'm still in the queue, and I'm trying to raise my hand.
I'm sorry, I don't see anyone in the queue on the screen. I'll go to Mayor Douglas.
Thank you, Jenna, for the presentation. I will say that I was part of the contract both times. This has come through the city, and the last time, 2019, actually the city did put RFP out, and only one provider actually filled out the offer completely. The other 2 did not. And we found out about that later, but it was too hard to take it back on the street because it was already exposed what their prices were. So I just want to make sure this time when this is put out, that each vendor that is going through the process actually fills out the complete bid and not leave anything open or not completed. And then I find for Q3 to be too late in the process, maybe at the end of Q2, that this RFP is comes back for the city council to weigh in on, allowing time for additional questions are at that time, because it just seemed like last time things got pushed down the road and it wasn't a complete process. And I know when it comes to recycling and when compost, I do like the suggestion about the compost as well. But then when we do the green waste, and I understand we go over to A1 Organic to dump, sometimes that is a bit of a jumble getting over to, because by the time people go to dump, it makes it hard for residents to go in there and dump into a tight facility. So if there could be an offset area in the past where they've gone over to the municipal area of the city and dump there, and then I know it's a lot for our public works department to do, but at least have another option, because it's doesn't work well for some residents to be able to dump off their branches and green waste. So I'd like to see what are the options that they could offer. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the insight. And to clarify the timing on the RFP process, so it's the intent to bring the proposals back to you all for discussion in Q1, right? So within the Q3 that I referenced was to have a contract fully ready to go. We certainly don't want anyone to feel like we're rushing the process next year, which is why we're utilizing this one-year extension. So hopefully by starting the discussion in Q1, we'll give ourselves ample time to go back and forth as needed.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I just, my one comment that I have on this refuge collection is that we continue to require a large item pickup be part of our program, because without that, we will have much more mattresses and couches and things of that nature along our roadsides. And it has worked pretty well in the past. I'd like to make sure we maintain that as part of a contract, that there's so many large item pickups. The other thing I think that a lot of our residents benefit from are the free dump day type stuff. And I know maybe Republic's the only one that can offer that, but that has also been very beneficial to residents, especially when it comes time for leaves and debris and what have you, or just to clean up some clutter at their home. So please keep those things in mind as you're putting together the bid package. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Jenna. Thanks for the presentation. I have, I guess, two questions. The first is around the first date you'll give us next year. Will that update include the estimated cost for the services the city will have to budget for?
Great question. Yes, because at that time we will have received bids, so we can talk to you all about pricing in executive session, I'm assuming. Maybe not.
And would you
We'll have bids
assume-
back at that time. So yes, we'll know what we're looking at price-wise.
And would you assume that the price would be more than what we paid in the past? Just based on growth?
Yes, great question, Councilmember Dukes. I would say yes. Annually, our waste management services have increased annually by 4%. So I would assume that you'll see something very similar in that language, in particular if composting is a selected option based off of the ones that you've seen here tonight, or ones that's presented by one of the vendors. That will be an additional cost on top of where we're at. So if you look at where our budget is today for 2025, hovering around 4 to 4.2, at as high as 4.5, 4% annually, you're going to get up there rather quickly within that 5 years from a budgeting perspective as a city.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager Rogers. And so the other question is, with the RFP process, are other cities around us doing a similar process with trash collection in terms of RFPs? And are we going to have to be competing with them?
Our RFP is going to be very similar to what other municipalities put out there, just so that we're not, the wild card in the area. The services that we're requesting are also pretty traditional when you look at other areas.
I think to that, just the one distinction between us and other municipalities is that we will be the only municipality that will still offer waste management services at no cost, if that is the choice of the council. The only other municipality that I would say that has recently taken action, which has gone from a no cost to residents to a partial cost, was the city and county of Denver. They were I'll say one of the other last municipal bodies that participated in that manner with its community. That they no longer do that. So I think we are the only municipality that still provides that to its residents.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say, City Manager Rogers, is that when I go into my question with RFP is a little different because we're not offering like a copay model for the residents. We're probably the only one that's paying 100%. And in addition to paying 100%, we're adding a possible new service.
That is
kinda
correct.
different. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. Obviously,
Okay, thank you.
Obviously, council direction could always change, but right now we're maintaining that direction of 100% cost participation on behalf of the city for its residents as it relates to whatever services, unless, once again, there's direction for us to seek a different cost model that we could then present to the council to see whether or not that's something you all want to do differently. But hence one of her questions tonight to the body.
Yeah, so that's where that split invoice question comes in, council member.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have those numbers early on. So I guess tonight, direction around the split invoice, what you're asking is if we want split invoices, you'll be able to share that information earlier in Q1 of next year, in addition to how much the contract will be if there's no split invoice. Is that correct?
That's correct. Just making sure that there's support one way or another to ask vendors if they do have the ability to offer split invoicing. And again, only one of the respondents last time did. So whether or not we include that as a question in the RFP is up to you all. And then when we come back in Q1, we can talk about what that financial breakdown would be for regarding who's paying for services.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jenna, for your presentation. And I would like to comment that you've been doing an excellent job in your new role, and it's appreciated and recognized. So with the composting, will that be a part of the RFP for all submissions?
Yes, so we'd like to put a line in there that requires bidders to give us cost breakdowns for at least 2 of the 3 options. So that way council can make an informed decision on the best way to move forward with composting.
Okay, and then if composting isn't a part of the services that we offer, I'd really like the city to look into the possibility of doing our own composting or have some kind of facility like they have in Westminster that supplies this service to people who are interested, because I think that would provide a valuable service to to our community. The last question that I have is, will the council be able to look at all of the submissions, or is that something that just one will be presented to council as something that has been pre-selected by the staff?
So for this, my intent would be to bring you the submissions.
Very good. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I don't know that I heard mentioned the cardboard facilities that we have. Did I miss that? Cardboard?
You did not. That was not discussed.
Okay, so cardboard is huge. People love the cardboard recycling facilities at Bison Ridge and here at City Hall. I'm not sure if there's a third one. So I wouldn't want to get rid of that one. I would also like to know, we had a report from Republic Services in the first year, and they gave us an analysis of the calls and so on and so forth. And I'd like to know how our service has been over the past 5 years. What has been the change in costs? And why have those costs gone up? Are we not diverting trash properly? Or is it something else? What is it on a user basis, per user basis? So if we were at 1 million and we've suddenly gone to 5 million, for example, on a per user basis, what changed? Were there more users? Is that the only reason it's so much more expensive? Or our bill is so much higher? Or is it something else?
Certainly a great question. And, we do continue to add residents year after year. So for example, in 2024, we were up over 6,000 residents from 2014, residential units. So there's a growth in number of houses that Republic is having to service. And then in addition to that, if their costs go up, our costs go up too. But the good news is, in the current contract and what you'll see in the amendment as well, is there's a cap in there for the maximum rate that we could have per household. So they show us what that cost could be, from a low end to a high end. So we know exactly what to budget for in worst case scenario if their costs do increase.
We can get you a report.
Yes.
And that report can share and we can ask them to pull that for us. How they want to share that information will be upon Republic Services' decision on conveyance. But I think to your point, what we can ask is how many number of users have grown year over year, and when did the tipping point because we started as a single stream, then we went to a dual stream with obviously waste as then well with recycling. What cost did that add to what we as a city had to budget, in addition to the increase of number of just not residents, but also potential businesses to the city as well. So we'll ask them for that report, and once we have that, we'll make sure to turn that over to the council for its review.
And our system is that we pay for the residential use, but we don't pay for the business use, correct?
That is correct. We pay for the residential aspect of our community, not the community base. And that, like I said, we can go back to year one of our existing agreement with Republic Services and ask them to provide that data per animal year over year.
Yeah, and I would think that was the problem that the Catholic Church in South Commerce City ran into, is that they're seen as a business as opposed to residential. So they had to pay for their own trash service and recycling service. Is that what occurred?
I don't want to lie to you, ma'am. I'm not aware of that issue between them. So I can't
Okay,
speak
he
on that.
spoke during community comment last meeting. The priest, the pastor of the Catholic Church spoke during the last meeting.
Okay. I like I said, I honestly do not remember that, ma'am, as far as the pertinent details. So like I said, I can't speak on to whether or not that was the case or the decision made on behalf of Republic Services with that business or church.
Okay. So yes, it would be good to have a report and to be able to see when that change occurred, how much more the cardboard recycling system costs us. I see those containers full on a regular basis and people having to use the fencing area. So there's still a lot of shopping going on that got triggered during COVID, I think. That's for sure. What do you need from us at this point?
So I think the only thing I'm looking for is whether or not you would like us to ask the potential bidders whether or not they do have the ability to do split invoicing. That doesn't mean we're moving that direction, but it just allows us to weigh all options when we're assessing the RFPs in Q1.
Okay. Oh, and I do want to mention that composting has been important to residents for the last 5 years. They've been talking about it for 5 years. So composting is important. But are you asking us to choose between option 1 or 2 or 3?
I am not. So the intent would be to lay these options out, not verbatim, but these options out in the RFP and ask bidders to give us costs for at least 2 of the 3 options so that we can understand what services would look like based on the level of composting that is offered.
Okay, I see Councilmember Douglas has another question.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, I think just to rephrase Jenna's question, I think the direction that we're looking for is from council as a consensus to take action on developing a financial analysis. If you all wanted us to have residents sharing the cost, and what do different levels of sharing in that cost relate to our residents, like for instance at $5 a month versus $10 a month versus $15 a month, what is that cost to that resident? What is the likely savings from our budget that we would realize that then could be repurposed elsewhere into various operations like pavement maintenance, asphalt, concrete, sidewalks, things of that nature that we don't currently have access to because we're fully subscribed with that budget when it comes to waste management. So just wanting to make sure that if we have that direction or not.
I would say that in order to get that direction, we have to know what the cost is. And we don't know what the cost is. So if we can get that information, then we can make a decision more easily about sharing, whether sharing is essential at this point because of the growth of the cities or something like that. Did you get your question answered, Councilmember Douglas? All righty. Okay.
I have one more question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, on the screen. Sorry, thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. Also, could you also do a residential survey, like what the city did back in 2019? There was 5 questions that were asked of the residents on the service that was provided from Republic, how satisfied they were. And then if there was a collection, I know the problem in 2019, 2013 is how would we facilitate that charge? The charge would have to go through the water district because they're the only service right now that actually take payments from every resident within the city of Commerce City. So that would be another cost of implementing to collect that from our residents. So that's an added cost. And so that should be also added to the equation. And at this time, the question was about, I heard asking our citizens to pay. I would like for me to see that we continue to offer that service to our community. Right now, we don't have a lot to offer our citizens to stay here in Commerce City with retail and commercial and all that, but at least we could provide cleanliness at our cost. And that to me is worth every penny. So that's where I would be at right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Councilmember Dukes.
Sorry to hear. Is that correct? Yeah. So
My mic on.
I guess the question did you call him? I mean, I can't hear. Yeah.
I sure did
Good,
call
okay.
on you. I just didn't have my mic on. Apologies. Go ahead.
Okay. Jenna, just what I'm understanding is your question is the RFP would like direction on going ahead and ask you to do split invoicing in addition to already the other part of the invoicing. Is that correct? Or did I freeze up?
Honestly, sir, you broke up quite a bit there, so I don't want to say yes or no because I may have
Can
not
you hear
gotten
me
the full
now?
question. Yes.
So my question is for you. Is your question around direction to just ask the question about if they have the ability to even do it?
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So it doesn't lock us
Okay.
into doing that. It's just asking the question, could we if desired?
Yeah, so I'm in favor of asking the question to see if they even have the ability to do it. And then at that time, when we have the data, when we have the numbers with RFP, we can discuss if that's the direction we even want to go. But I think it's good to have it as a part of the initial RFP.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
I got-
All right, now we're having a conversation about property on Highway 2. So I will invite Brian Pettiplace.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I've had my button on down here for quite some time. It must not be working
It's
up
not
there.
showing up. Now it shows up.
Oh, okay.
Did you want to say something about
I
the
did. About the trash is, I would be in favor of the city flipping the whole bill for the residents and having at least 4 times a year big item pickup. And if we need to cut some other place, then I'm willing to do that, but not the trash.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further comment. Brian Pettiplace, Deputy Director of Economic Development, will give the presentation. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, fellow members of council. I'm here tonight to give you an update on the business attraction efforts for the city-owned property located at 7450 Highway 2. And then I'll be asking for your guidance and direction on how we might proceed on potential next steps for the property. So just to give an overview, to make sure everyone's up to speed as to where the property is and where it's located along Highway 2. And the cross street there that's not labeled is Newport Street, so just up from 74th Avenue. It's a triangular shaped site. This is just a picture of the front of the property. It had 3 service bays. To the right is an entrance to the building and some of the interior spaces. And just some overview stats about the building. It served as a city service station for many younger years before it was decommissioned. It's roughly about 0.53 acres. Like I said, it's a triangular shaped site and it's zoned C3, Regional Commercial District. The Adams County assessor dates the building back to 1980, but we found out through doing the appraisal that the building is much older than that. As early as 1950s, the building was actually built, but this is when they accredited it as basically the service station use. Some just basic details about the property, steel frame construction. The salient point here is that the leasable space in the property, and this is part of the update on the attraction efforts, was there's roughly 1,500 square feet, almost 1,600 square feet. You saw that the 3 overhead doors, there's a service customer waiting area, a small area for customers that were served there, utility room and restrooms. And so for the better part of the last many years, it was served as storage for the Historical Society. There was not a tenant in the building. And so some other pictures to give you a sense of the property and what it looks like today. And then I wanted to walk you through the timelines as to how we got to where we are today and then be here to be asking for your guidance on next steps. We, in anticipation of coming to you in May, had an appraisal and inspection done of the property. We received direction from council that to secure a new sit-down restaurant and brew pub was the desired path of this property. So from that point forward, we engaged a couple that owns a brew pub in Brighton and started conceptual conversations with them as to what a repurposed higher and better use for the property would look like. As we went down that path and as we got closer to more details being finalized, we heard from their lender, the SBA lender, requested that a phase 1 environmental site assessment be completed because of its former use, a gas station with the hydraulic lifts in the ground and its geographic location. The phase 1 was completed in February. And then the phase 1 ESA did not require, it recommended that a phase 2 be done. There were a number of questions from that consultant that they felt needed to be answered. So we went ahead and pursued that phase 2 ESA that was completed in late May of 2024. And then the findings came back, and part of the phase 2 involved doing 3 borings into the ground surrounding the property to sample groundwater. And groundwater contamination was found during that phase 2 ESA. And that leads us to where we are today, in that after much going back and forth with the potential tenant, we kept negotiating with them, trying to move things forward, but they came back to us in August and they decided not to pursue the project any further. They were very concerned about the liability of the groundwater. And then furthermore, their lender was not willing to lend on the property due to the contamination. So they elected to walk away from the property. They spoke very highly of our process. They were very happy to want to pursue the project. They had some really exciting things planned for the property that we were really excited to support. But ultimately, they made that decision to walk away from our conversations. And so since that time, we've had some really preliminary conversations with the consultant that did the phase 2 work for us, and just kind of try to talk through what our options are as a city, as the property owner, as to what can we do with this property now. And that's why we're here tonight, to ask for your guidance and feedback. These options are just kind of these rough buckets that we could consider. There's nothing prescriptive at this time. It's literally just that answering that exact question. What path do we want to go down for this property now that we know this is the situation and that we don't have a tenant pursuing adaptive reuse of the property? And so one of those is entering into and looking into what it would look like going into the voluntary cleanup program with the state. There's a program that the state has that we could look into. Another potential path that we could go down is to continue to try to market that property to other tenants. We were pursuing a scenario with that property or that brew pub that they would ultimately be buying the property from us. We would no longer be the owners. We would be conveying the property to them. So option 2 would be the idea of going down that path, but with other potential buyers of the property, knowing that there is some issues that have to be concerned and addressed and disclosed. And then finally, one other potential kind of path or avenue would be the demolition or partial demolition of the building itself and some kind of adaptive reuse or repurpose of the property. One thing we wanted to show you completely for illustrative purposes was an idea of pursuing potentially a food truck park on the site. Like I said, it's roughly half an acre. The benefits that we kind of identified initially were here on the screen, activation of a vacant site. It's not currently active, but supporting of locally owned businesses. We've done enough research with food trucks to know that food trucks are a stepping stone for brick and mortar restaurants often, so that's a positive net economic benefit for our community. Attracting additional investment, meaning that we would be, the idea being we would be generating some kind of retail sales tax sales from those food vendors and those operations, bringing new eyes onto Derby and the Derby area, bringing new people into that area of the city where we really do need as much activation and eyes on the property as possible. And then there is a component to consider as part of this concept that would allow for a music venue or some kind of stage or some kind of entertainment concept as a way to not only for the food trucks to bring people to the site, but also there could be some kind of live entertainment or something like that to have programming and activation on the site. And so to help illustrate what that could look like, we looked at 3 different national examples. The one there on the left, I believe is in Tennessee. The one in the upper right, I think, we believe is in Florida, and the bottom one right is in North Carolina. So you can see the common theme here, if in this is illustrative, again, illustrative purposes only, is really the combination of the food trucks, the communal seating, and in some cases, there is restroom facilities and/or some other facilities provided as well that are provided. And the hours of operation, all of that is all things to be determined at a later date. So with that, I want to be able to answer questions and open up for discussion based on the updates and get your direction and how we might proceed with the property.
All righty, thank you. Right now, I see Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Teeter, and Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you for your presentation. Honestly, this has been the first time that it's kind of shown that it really discourages business because of certain sites that we have here because of environmental justice concerns. And especially the quality of commercialization that we could be bringing in. I think we should have a discussion about how we can clean up these spaces with that environmental justice and priority in mind. I think that it really should be remediated, and that can be the opportunity for a just transition and trying to attract people. Try to help us clean up Commerce City in that aspect. You can remediate soil, you can clean up water. There are different ways that if we involve our community, we're also asking for workforce development. We're also asking for a better quality of commercialization that'll want to come to Commerce City. But I think that the discussion needs to be had about looking at Commerce City for the reality that we really live in, especially in the core city, and how are we going to attract businesses if we don't start addressing the environmental justice concern that even the businesses that come here are going to naturally have.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Probably not. I have to agree with Councilmember Chacon on that. We need to clean it up. We don't sell property that's contaminated to anybody. And I got some bad news for you. That particular spot back in the 50s was called Chuck's Standard Station. And there was a building right next door to it that was a Phillips 66 gas station. And it was called Zeke's Phillips 66. So there's probably double contamination right there in that area. But we need to clean it up first and then put it on the market.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Back in the 90s, the city owned and operated that facility, and that was where we fueled our dump trucks, our pickup trucks, everything else. Mid-90s, and I was an employee at the city at the time, mid-90s, they detected a leak from the tanks that were underground tanks for fuel there. At that time, again, as an employee, they hired a contractor to come in and remediate the site. The tanks were pulled, the site was remediated, and at that time, we were under the impression that they had cleaned up the environmental concern because of the tank that was leaking. Is there any recourse today to go back and find out who cleaned that up? And were they, I know testing has gotten better over time. However, we did pay for a service to have that remediated at that time. And I do think it needs to be cleaned up. And my recommendation would be, because that building is in horrible condition from all the years, the paint's peeling, it's not a building that you could really repurpose. It's better if we bulldoze the building and clean the site up and market it after it's been cleaned up. I would just recommend that the city back then, again, it was way prior to me being on council, had that cleaned up. And I would think that as a city, we paid to have that cleaned up. We should have gotten some assurances that it was clean. And I would ask the staff to please look into that and see if there's any recourse. That company may not be in business anymore, but it's unfortunate that we use the taxpayers' money to clean that site up, to now go and have a phase 2 environmental done, and from the mid-90s to today, it's still detecting that there is contamination under that property. So I would absolutely ask that we look into seeing if there's any recourse. City Attorney?
Well, first I have a city manager on, did you wish to speak to Councilmember Ford's
I'm
comment?
sorry, I actually clicked his cue and I didn't see mine behind my computer. It was me requesting to
did it?
speak. I did it.
Oh, man.
I set him up.
I don't know. That's on
Go ahead.
page
Go ahead.
46 of Bob's rules.
I was just going to highlight, just in a quick snapshot of the executive summary of the Phase 2 report. It does state, excuse me, that no soil impacts above corresponding regulatory levels were discovered during the investigation. So what that means is if there was previously a cleanup effort for soils, it's likely that that was conducted appropriately. I mean, we could always do additional soil borings. The contaminants of concern that are highlighted in the Phase 2 are actually groundwater. It's groundwater contamination, and it's off-site contamination from chemical sales Superfund site. So if the body were interested in, exploring an option and going through the voluntary cleanup program, the way that would work procedurally is we would schedule a meeting with CDPHE, with Fonda, I'm assuming he's still there, and have sort of a preliminary conversation about what a voluntary cleanup effort might look like. And then, I think it would be appropriate to come back to the body and discuss what that might, cost. My historical understanding is there's like a $2,000 or $2,500 application fee to submit a VCUP application. But of course, there's money associated with preparing that application and basically laying out what the proposed remediation is that the city would want to undertake. So a preliminary conversation would be my recommendation if that's something that council's interested in.
Did they identify the chemical? Dioxane?
Yeah, it's 1,4-dioxane and VOCs.
Oh, man. There's a lot of that. Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I would recommend, I agree with the other council members around cleaning it up. And I think we should, demolish I think we should demolish the building, work on the cleanup, but also dedicate that site to the food truck park. I think that's a model that works in other cities. And I think it's a model that could work here in Commerce City, especially with the entrepreneurial spirit and numbers of food trucks that we already have across our city. So I would recommend demolishing, cleaning up, but also not selling it, but dedicating it to a food truck park.
Thank you, Councilmember Dukes. Mayor Douglas?
Thank you. I would say I do like the fact we need to clean this up. And I'm sure the statute of limitations ran out from when it was previously clean, even if there was a violation. I know CU Lead a Business has a program that offers brownfield cleanup. I'm sure this probably would be underneath that umbrella. And then as far as offering this to other food truck vendors, we need to make sure if we do this as a food truck park, that we include a variety of choices for food trucks, because that's what works best. Is this as we have demonstrated the city has during our events. The two events we actually gave our residents vouchers for, that we had a variety of selection from entrees to to dessert. So I would be down for one of these concepts here, but the city would retain that for a period of time before selling it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, where am I? Councilmember Chacon, and then Councilmember Ford.
Since we're talking about food trucks, I was thinking of farmers markets. So being able to open, that's why remediation is incredibly important, especially for water, if it's groundwater. Who, and maybe that can be an ask of city staff, of organizations or the state or local spaces that we can look into cleaning that space and trying to revitalize it with that type of space, because I love food trucks and that's nice to have, but it's also nice to start to be known for certain things. A farmer's market that's every Thursday or every summer or during certain seasons would be incredibly important. It brings out community. You could have local vendors. So how can we look at it to where we're also pumping local business and entrepreneurship too? But then just with so many things, Denver has so many farmers markets that are so successful. I feel like we can have a lot of potential there.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ford?
Yes, thank you. You know, with the soils testing fine and it being the water, 1,4-dioxin is the chemical compound that came from the arsenal. I'm assuming that's where it's from, but maybe not. Back in the 80s, we dealt with the military. At that time, I worked for a private contractor, taking people in that area off of their private wells, putting them onto public water. And the water department engaged a lot with the Army back then about cleaning up the 1,4-dioxin. Hence the reason that there's not a lot of wells in use anymore, private wells. There were other contaminants from off-site of the arsenal that also played a role on affecting our community. But to clean up the 1,4-dioxin issues in the groundwater, especially if it's an off-site contamination, would be extremely difficult for the city to try to clean that up underneath of that property because it's flowing in the shallow aquifer under that property and under other properties in the area, which is very difficult and kind of limits us to a surface use. I don't disagree with Councilwoman Chacon or Councilman Dukes. I think that you could probably have a space that is owned by the city and can be operated as multiple options to food trucks, as well as farmers markets, as well as maybe craft shows. You know, I go up to Reunion, I see their craft shows and stuff. Just throwing out some ideas that if we utilize that as a space owned and operated by the city, we put in the facilities necessary to be able to facilitate multiple different things, then we can have rotations of different things. And I have to agree with my colleagues that I think that we need to think outside the box and make this space the best we can to benefit the majority of our community. I think that area, that's a great space, and I would be all in favor of demolishing the building, fixing that property up to utilize it for the benefit of our residents. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ford. Brian, I know it must be a big disappointment to the Economic Development Department because you were been working on this brew pub for a long time and it was very close. So this is always disappointing when these chemical things come through this way. Mr. Zarzeki, did you say it was the chemical sales company? I believe.
That's what it's the Chem Sales, I think it's the Chem Sales Superfund site is what they reference in the phase 2.
Right, and that is in Denver. That's at 46th and Monaco. So that's quite a reach for that dioxane water to come into Commerce City. I would like to see something done about this as well. You know, if you'll recall at NIOP, one of the ideas was, of course, a food truck park, and Adelante has a lot of that going on. I agree with the mayor, though, we do need a variety of cuisines, if you will, and I know the residents in that area would like that as well. But all of the ideas are really wonderful. It does need to be cleaned up and just scrubbed of that building. I think it was the Historical Society's warehouse for a long time, too.
Yes.
Yeah, so, anyway, that's my thoughts on it. And Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your hard work on this, and I would agree with everything that everyone else has said. I think that we could, it's a lot of hard work. We could definitely make this something unique to Commerce City as an attraction. I was wondering if there's any possibility that the brew pub might consider something else in Commerce City. So I'm hoping that we can retain their interest and see if there's something else, especially like I'm thinking like the common site that is coming up with the apartments and then the commercial in the front. And I mean, there's a lot of possibilities that we could maybe work something out with them and one of the developers. But yes, thank you for all of your hard work. I know that you work really hard. And sorry this fell through, but maybe we can make lemonade out of lemons. Thanks.
Councilmember Kim?
I just want to echo the comments as well from the other council members too. I think we really do need to clean up the site, tear it down, clean it up for sure. So that's all. Thanks.
We have discussed toxic issues in the Water Commission group. And I think it's very important that we, as a city, take a look at what might be occurring from that site, the Superfund site, and who is taking care of the Superfund site. Why is water still flowing from that Superfund site that is contaminated and toxic? But do you have enough to go on, Brian?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to reports. City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, ma'am. First, starting out of the city manager's office, our community well-being team held its monthly The Well community meal event, which included the Yahweh Health Clinic. 18 residents attended to enjoy a warm meal as well, leaving with a food box, while 7 participated or were seen by a medical provider at no cost. Our community well-being team also held a Colorado Legal Services symposium on October 2nd and October 16th, along with the the Mile High United Way to provide free tax prep and filing services. We had a total of 22 residents served with that event. As made note earlier, we actually held our first Small Business Task Force meeting for the month of October. The task force is designed to enhance collaboration between the city and small business owners to advance recommended policies to support small business growth and success. We have 8 members on that task force, and obviously have space for another 3 additional participating regular membership. But obviously, we do not turn anybody away who wants to sit in on those meetings from the small business community to be able to weigh in and provide their thoughts. As it relates to the developer/council meeting, there was some discussion about or reconsideration about how that meeting could be conducted. We went back, had a conversation with the developer community, and I think what they thought would be the best way to accomplish both your expectations, desires, but also what they're hoping to get out of it from a format perspective was to have 4 breakout rooms in which there would be 2 or 3 council members in each one that would then, the builders and developers would rotate through all 4 of those rooms in 30-minute sessions. Each room could and should probably have a different topic such as financing, certainty of approval, et cetera, knowing that there were 4 main themes from the discussion that we had with them in looking how to schedule this meeting. Staff would be there to take notes in each room. And then at the end of the 4 rotations, all would come back to the chambers for a report out from the 4 note takers and to discuss next steps. Once again, we went back out and we asked the developer community how best to approach this meeting, knowing that there are a number of different moving parts. And they agreed that they thought this would be the best way to accomplish that discussion. As it pertains to Public Works, we're gearing up for the bids for the asphalt crack repair Phase 2 project that will be going to City Council here for consideration within the next couple of meetings. Work is planned for the winter of 2024 and the beginning of 2025. Construction continues along Colorado Boulevard. Last week, curb and gutter work was completed. This week, we are working on driveway and sidewalk aprons that will continue. And the overall project is still on track to be completed by the end of this year. PRG, we have Run with the Buffalo. That's our annual Run with the Buffalo Ugly Sweater Fun Run, where you have your favorite holiday sweater and enjoying a fun-filled run or walk around the new route at the Buffalo Run Golf Course coming up here in the next couple of weeks. And then last but not least, at a PD, we had our 2nd annual Costumes with a Cop on Saturday morning. Great turnout, gave out approximately 250 costumes to kids in our community. We will also be having our 2nd annual Dia de los Muertos event sponsored by CCPD, which will be held this Friday night at Our Lady Mother Church between 6 to 9 p.m. That's 6690 72nd Avenue. Our new Deputy Chief, Mike Smathers, who has joined us from the city of Albuquerque, began his employment with the city last Monday. And then the Chief and I will be having our Bell Creek Public Safety Town Hall from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at the Bell Creek Family Center this Wednesday, October 30th.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have questions for the city manager? I do. I would prefer not getting stuck in a room talking about one topic if I'm talking to multiple developers.
Thank you for that feedback. We'll take that into consideration.
How about anyone else? Councilmember Douglas?
I would concur with that, actually. It doesn't sound productive to me. So, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
I actually had another question for the city manager, but as far as the meeting itself, the rotations, I'm okay with it. I think it produces a conversation that we're just trying to build a relationship, and it's the start of that. What I don't want is us to give a sit and get and everyone's in the same room and it's not as productive as, so however city manager and the developer decide to facilitate it, I'm game to help be a part of the facilitation and support it. But my other question, city manager Rogers, when we think about the projects that are done on or any projects like Colorado Boulevard, will there be like a celebration or like a, I guess the thing comes to mind, ribbon cutting or something that highlights the projects that are being done, and can council be a part of some of those things that has already been thought of?
Yes, yes is the simple question. Obviously, when we think about a celebration or ribbon cutting for public improvements, Obviously, we've not been as consistent about that in the past because obviously some have been smaller, others have been are larger, maybe just from the community impact perspective. So I think there's an opportunity when we're thinking about this type of project, because we know of the community impact that it's creating with improved safety measures through sidewalks, crosswalks, improved roadways, that yes, we can celebrate and need to look at that. And I know that's something that has been discussed with our community relations team as well as Public Works on how to be able to address the matter you just raised.
Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. Yes, it'd be nice if we had more to talk about with the developers at this meeting. And I understand you're saying that there's going to be another kickoff for asphalt. I know some of the things that were brought up in the northern area were brought forward at the beginning of the year. I'm sorry, beginning of the year. Back in, I'd say April, when we talked about asphalt, concrete work and everything. And then there was asked if there's any other areas to be submitted to like cracks and everything. I know myself, I did submit pictures and descriptions in streets, and those areas still have not been taken care of. And here we're going into the winter. When it comes to asphalt, the air temperature has to be a certain degree. So that's going to be very tricky to fill those cracks with asphalt. The temperature has to be a certain for I guess consecutive days. It can't go below a certain temperature, otherwise the work they will do will not work. So looking forward to see how they were going to actually get that work done. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I wanted to reference the meeting with developers, and I've been a part of so many collaborations and so many coalitions that the initial like kind of groundbreaking is that ice breaking of venting out and having discussions about all the intersections. So I really would align with Councilmember Douglas and Councilmember Noble, or Pro Tem Noble, because I want to be able to delve into some issues that are going to intersect. And because I deal with so much when it comes, especially for historically exploited communities, it matters being able to have more than just one topic, because it gives so much context about how to really look at our communities and look at development and be able to have those discussions more authentically. That I'm concerned if we just stick on one topic, we're going to already have completely focused on just that and kind of kill the conversations early on. So I would like to be able to have more than one conversation with them anyway. So I would hope that the first conversation can be that venting out, can be that getting well, can be that way of discussion, so that we can set our own tone and also actually build a real authentic relationship with developers, because I don't want to waste time. I want to be able to work with them, but it has to be from an ethical context of understanding us and community too.
I think the 4 rooms are fine. It's the fact that they're topic rooms that is the challenge.
This is good feedback. Like I said, we can go back to the developer community, continue to have the conversation. If the general format is satisfactory, I think that's a big step for us being able to take that next step of getting a date, the particular details on topical discussions, one or all, within the time frame that's been identified. And I know my staff's been working with you all on looking at calendar dates that work for the broader group. So if that's quite frankly, that's the threshold aspect. The format, big picture works, we can work through these continuing details.
Okay. Thank you very much. City Attorney Zarzeki.
I will keep this brief, but I'm going to piggyback a bit off the city manager. So I just wanted to give a shout out to our newest staff attorney, Heidi Hugdahl. who is our police legal officer. She spearheaded an effort in our office to get together donations for the kids' Halloween costume. So just wanted to say thank you to Heidi specifically. I have been in conversations with a number of city attorneys throughout the Front Range on their respective ethics codes and codes of conduct. You will all see that scheduled ideally in Q1 of next year, a draft ethics code. I'm hoping we will also be presenting a code of conduct at the same time. So just wanted to give you an update on that. If you have any questions, certainly feel free to reach out. That's it. Thanks.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Zozeki? Okay, somehow we have to set up this station differently for the mayor because you can get whiplash looking at the people who are on the dais here, and then over here is where you see the people who are on Zoom. So I'm glad everybody's taken care of. Alrighty, now we're going to move to council reports. So who would like to give a council report? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I'd like to start out by welcoming the newest member of our legal team. So, and thank you for the good work as far as helping with the community and the Halloween project. I did participate in the interviews on Saturday for the boards and commissions. We had excellent applicants. Went to the Taco Around Town at the Bison Grill. I attended the safety meeting that was held by the city manager and the chief of police for the Southwest Commerce City neighborhoods. And I must say that the community was really excited that happened. They want more of those to happen. So just to let you know, there was really good feedback on that. They would like to have the mayor to participate as well, but there was really, really good feedback on holding that, and they look forward to having more of those. I attended the Active Adult Volunteer Recognition Dinner, as well as the Cultural Council retreat, which went really well. And I just want to thank all the volunteers on the Cultural Council. They're doing a spectacular job and putting in the hard work, and it's showing. Last but not least, I went to the EPA Environmental Justice meeting, and it went really well. It was a really good meeting, and I thank the city for sponsoring that with food. That was really nice, and everybody really appreciated that. But I parked over by the administration building for Adams 14. And when I went in, I noticed all of the homeless that were camped out there at Veterans Park. When I left at 8:30, between 8:30 and 9 that night, they looked like they were not going anywhere. And I find that I know that we have to abide by the legal parameters that make us be able to have that park open to the public. However, it is concerning to me when I hear from a citizen that comes up and talks about getting booted out of a park for not having a permit for several families to gather on Sundays. And it seems like it's a very strange parallel universe there. I've gotten so many complaints from our residents about not being able to use that park especially, and the bathrooms there. And a lot of times there are, the playground equipment has been used as bathrooms by the homeless. And we've got to figure something out. And I don't know what that solution is, but we got to do something. And we owe that to our residents. And it's, when we have double standards, it's not a good reflection on us as a city. So thank you. That's my report.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I just want to report, I have a meeting scheduled with Mark Bush later this week. And the topic is around just some of the development that is going to take place up on 120th and Chambers, and kind of talking through what they have in mind. And then also just to piggyback, or not piggyback, but to thank the city manager and the police chief for doing those safety meetings. I know a lot of residents in Bell Creek are excited to be able to talk with you about some of the challenges, and they're really appreciative for you coming out and meeting them where they're at.
Thank you. That reminds me, were you going to be able to do a third one in the northeast quadrant?
Still ongoing, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll give my council report since I don't see anyone else's hand up. I attended the Talk of the Town at Bison Grill, and it was interesting to me to have a robust conversation with a table full of men, there were about 5 of them and 1 woman, about road infrastructure and their disappointment in the lack of improvement on roads in Commerce City, particularly in the north. What struck me, though, is that they were all from Columbine Ranch, which is located in unincorporated Adams County. So the question I have, when any of these road infrastructure projects are coming forward to us and we're talking about the cost, how can we make sure that people who are using the roads are also part of sharing the costs, if you will? So can Adams County, for example, be part of the cost if these are regional roads and we're talking about residents who don't live in Commerce City but live in another area? So that's something I just wanted to put out there because they were pretty insistent about the road quality. Also, I had a speed limit test or speed test done of Parkside Drive North and South on behalf of some residents. And I sat on the front porch with them. We were all quite shocked that there was no speed limit issue because the speed limit is actually 30 miles per hour along both sides of that park. I thought for sure it was 25, and I even did a test with them driving past their house at 25 miles an hour as they sat on the porch to just show them how much faster it would seem while they're sitting still. But in fact, it's 30 miles per hour. So what I would like to see, I hope, in the future on the basis of that is a speed limit reassessment. The city of Denver and the city of Lakewood are both downgrading their speed limits in residential areas for pedestrian safety and bicycle safety down to 20 miles per hour. So something that we could look at along those lines, and that was based on that conversation with them. And then finally, I spoke to 2 different civics classes at Stead School, and I wanted to talk about how they responded to a writing assignment that they had at the beginning of the class, which was for them to describe what a quality community for a lifetime means to them in Commerce City. And these are the things that stood out to them to answer that question: openness, equity, respect, providing for each other, coming together no matter our differences, open to other cultures, taking care of community and picking up the trash, and feeling safe and protected. They didn't mention any edifices or restaurants or grocery stores or any of those kinds of things. It was all about communication and relationships between people, and I thought that was really special. We did later on talk about some of the things that they would like to see in the community, of course, as part of each of the 80-minute conversations that we had about local government. But it was really a wonderful experience, and I really thank the folks at STED School for inviting me. Does anyone else have any remarks before we adjourn? Oh, Mayor Douglas?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see. Last week, attended NADA with Councilmember Teeter, Northern Area Transportation Alliance, and through the micro transit program, Brighton will receive $600,000 for funding for 25, 26, and 27. And I had discussed our needs for our transportation gap in the northern area because we don't have the ability to utilize the light rail system for our residents to go downtown as they do in the south. And so they will want to give a Commerce City to look to fill in that micro transit gap because it looks like Coca-Cola will be go on the opposite side of Pena eventually, but that's going to be in the city of Denver and not in the county or Commerce City. So we'll be missing out on that. We'll be another primary employer in that area, but that also will help with our ability to have micro transit down 104th down the Tower to 61st and Pena. Let's see. Also had the pleasure of going to the Senior Volunteer Recognition Dinner at Bison Ridge Rec Center. It was a great turnout. They also honored the past and present Red Sweater participants as volunteers. Let's see. Also participated in interviews for boards and commissions on Saturday. And then electricity went out at Buffalo Run Golf Course on Saturday morning. I looked into it on United Power's side. It wasn't something that United Power was associated with. Unfortunately, United Power still gets their transmission through the access points through Tri-State. So it ended up being a transmission issue with Tri-State. And not too long after that, the power was restored. And they're looking at ways in the future of preventing that from happening. I did receive a lot of calls and emails from residents in the South about Xcel Energy and ways of how the community could get together and see how those issues can be addressed because it's still ongoing of losing power in the South. And I just wanted to ask the city manager, Rogers, because this is before I was elected, did the city council approve Vision Zero program as being introduced into Commerce City?
Yes, the Vision Zero project was budgeted for through 2024. And any carryover that may lapse into additional years.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I also want to welcome and thank our newly hired employees to the city. Thank you.
Okay. On that basis, I will adjourn this meeting to the special session. It is supposed to convene at 10:15, but we will convene earlier because we're getting out of this meeting a little earlier. So let's take a 10-minute break and meet for the executive session at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Dylan, will you send out a new link?
We haven't entered into the special meeting yet, Mayor Douglas, so whenever we return at the 10-minute mark, we'll be in here to call the meeting to order, take roll, and then make a motion to enter into the executive session, and then I'll send the link out once we move into the web.
All right. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you want to take a break and then come back and do the motion, or do you want to do the motion and go back there now?
I don't need a motion.
To go into executive session?
No, when we meet in the other room, I do.
Okay, in the other room. That's fine.
No, we need a motion to enter into executive session.
That's what I thought.
So we'll have to come back here and take a motion.
That's because I was looking at, I wasn't skipping ahead to the other 10:15.
Right.
All righty. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Councilmember Ford. I appreciate it. All righty. So don't leave, people. Keep a quorum here. We have 5 people, so that's good. We have a quorum. All right. I will now call the City Council special meeting to order and ask the clerk to call roll. Are we meeting in here?
We're going to start the meeting in here, and then you guys are going to adjourn to executive session. So-
Okay, so you want to call the meeting to order in here?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
All righty. That's the tricky part. I will now call the City Council special meeting to order and ask the clerk to call roll.
Mayor Douglas? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Here.
Councilmember Madera? Councilmember Teeter?
Here.
Councilmember Chacon?
Here.
Councilmember Kim?
Here.
Councilmember Dukes? Councilmember Ford?
Here.
Councilmember Douglas?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have a quorum.
All righty, thank you. I need a motion and a second to excuse members not present. Councilmember Ford?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
All righty, and we have I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote to adjourn to the other room.
So this is a motion to excuse members not present right now.
Oh, we need to vote on that?
Yes,
We need to
ma'am.
vote on excusing the members not present.
Yes.
No, Dylan, I'm here.
Right, we still have Councilmember Madera who isn't present.
Okay,
All right.
just making sure because I didn't get to say I was here, so.
Okay, is everyone voting?
And Councilmember Dukes, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right. That motion passes, Mayor Pro Tem, 8 yeses and 1 excused absence.
Thank you very much. All right. Now we're going to take a 10-minute break.
No, we need
Wait,
to make
wait.
a motion to go into executive session. After 10-minute break.
Oh. All right, sorry, I'm really messing up at this part. I apologize, everybody.
And
Okay.
because this is going to take assumingly longer than 35 minutes, you might want to make a motion
Oh,
to
because I need to extend the meeting.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Before entering into executive session now, we need a motion and a second to extend the automatic time of adjournment to midnight. Is there any discussion? Okay, is there,
The mayor has his hand up.
oh, okay, Mayor Douglas?
Yeah, motion to extend the meeting to 12 o'clock would be 2 o'clock my time. Yes.
What did he say?
He said motion to extended. He's the motion maker.
Okay, I
So you
need a second.
Yes.
Second the motion.
All right, thank you very much, Councilmember Teeter. All right, I will ask the city clerk to take a roll call.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Dukes, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion will pass with 5 yeses, 3 nos, and 1 excused absence, Mayor Pro Tem.
All righty. We'll meet at 10:10 now.
We need a motion to enter into executive session now.
Oh, man. Now I need a motion and a second to enter into an executive session of the City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, paren 4, paren F, paren L, paren, for the discussion of personnel matters, specifically to conduct the yearly performance evaluation and to establish 2025 performance standards of the city manager. Is there any discussion? Okay, may I have a motion from Councilmember Teeter?
So move.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, thank you. The motion on the floor is to enter into an executive session of the City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-4024FL for the discussion of personnel matters, specifically to conduct the yearly performance evaluation and to establish 2025 performance standards of the city manager. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Dukes, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Unless you think I'm done.
You're good, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, we will now enter into executive session. Council will not be returning to take action following the executive session. The meeting will be immediately adjourned following the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will be ended. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. See you next Monday.